to improve on their incomes, their management of soils, and of course, livelihoods, and contributing to the overall GDP of their countries. That's the area to invest in.
The CADAP XP4 program offers a great opportunity and even a timely injection to the national partners to build capacities that allows the agricultural sector effectively contribute to the growth we all expect in the region.
We've received some support from the European Union through the International Fund for Agricultural Development. All these problems we've seen will be attended to through this project. And I would like to thank the European Union for this support that has been given to the region.
There is also the common saying that when you are many, you are stronger than when you are alone. So working together, it may slow down some of us, or some might think that they are being slowed down. But in the end, I believe that moving together takes us very far together. That's the other challenge that is being solved. I think this is a very unique opportunity to look inwardly and see how can we really organize ourselves so that the same way in the Koraf region, we use the region to push domestic agendas in the country. Here we are using a continental framework to push for development solutions within our different sub-regions.
We count on your usual support, and we hope, God willing, we will be able to have an African-financed, Africa-supported, homegrown solutions. Thank you. In the last couple of decades, our continent has gone through different phases of what I describe as cyclical abiological shocks. And these shocks range from all sorts of climatic events that have overwhelmed our cropping systems, talking about famine, talking about flooding, talking about the lack of equipment to be able to conduct the right kind of research on the continent.
Southern Africa is one of the unfortunate regions in the world. This is a region where 70% or more of the people depend on agriculture for direct livelihoods, for food security, as well as for income. So when you have such a huge problem with climate change and the effects that it's having on production, it becomes a source of worry for the governments as well as the communities.
Food and nutrition security remain the key priority that African government have to tackle. There are currently studies that show that the demand for both fresh and processed food will keep rising to the extent that the total retail value of food product shall increase up to 400% between 2010 and 2030.
We had a meeting and we came up with the idea of having a Science for Agriculture consortium that will bring CORAF, Asareka for Eastern and Central Africa, and CARDESA from Southern Africa, together with FARA and AFAS to form one unique platform that will be advocating for resources, for research, development, and extension.
The 5 key output areas of the KEDAP SB4 program are strengthened capacity of African regional and sub-regional agricultural research organizations to perform their individual mandates and to better work together, multi-stakeholder partnerships for innovation established and in operation, strengthened national policies, regional institutional arrangements, and market access, knowledge management and communication for decision support, sharing innovation and advocacy related to climate-relevant agricultural transformation, and effective planning, coordination, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and reporting.
Because the extension workers and advisory services are the frontline workers who interface with the farmers directly for innovations, new technologies, knowledge, information, and so on. That's where the biggest contribution can go into, so that they can effectively inform, interact with farmers, first of all to mitigate climate change, but also really to improve on their incomes, their management of soils, and of course livelihoods, and contributing to the overall GDP of their countries. That's the area to invest in.
The KEDAP XP4 program offers a great opportunity and even a timely injection to the national partners to build capacities that allows the agricultural sector effectively contribute to the growth we all expect in the region.
We've received some support from the European Union through the International Fund for Agricultural Development. All these problems we've seen will be attended to through this project. And I would like
on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agriculture.
No, I would not be giving a presentation. It will be more on the charter. Okay. We just discuss in the charter, and then they make inputs.
But we present the charter.
The word, yes, we'll present the word. Just run through quickly.
The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference.
Hotel, right in the middle of Accra. We are privileged to have been having close to the various channels that we have. Actually, for the first day, we had more than that. So today again is another great day, and a lot of things have been planned to start to happen today. As you can see from your program, you realize that, as you can see from the program I shared with you, you realize that the first part of this morning is going to be dedicated to the recap, and then the inauguration of the community of practice. And we are going to have two separate sessions under this. One will be a very short one, which will be supported by GIFA, and this is going to be on a task force that is going to be inaugurated on digital agriculture. And then after that, we will have the community of practice for knowledge management. And then we will have the briefs based on the 10 key agenda items that we have identified through the challenge. We would have that presented, and then also we will come up with a declaration, which we will sign it here. God's willing, certificates will be in this conference, which is very important to us. So, and that will be followed by the Global Awards, which yesterday Dr. Andres had mentioned it, to be followed by the Global Award for Knowledge Management for both an institution and an individual. The partnership of FARA with the SROs, CADESA, CORAF, and ASARECA, and then the Africa Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, AFAS. We also are proud to be associated with making this happen. Please, let's give it to them. Okay, thank you very much. So with that said, I would like to invite the rapporteurs for yesterday to just give us not more than 10 minutes, quick recap, just the key issues. It was led by CADESA and AFAS, right? So who would help us? It was Elizabeth and Vida. Okay, Dorcas is here. So we're waiting for you I'm told you are the one leading the recap for today.
So we want to, whilst we wait for the recap, and we might not be able to wait for too long, we want to also recognize our online participants. We are happy to have Malala, who unfortunately could not travel due to flight issues. She's been with us for all these 3 days. Malala, we are happy to have you today again. We will ensure that we give your certificate physically, maybe through the screen. So, and then we are also happy to have Max Oluport from AFAS with us. I can see Christabel and so on and so forth. Please, can you just widen so that we see who are online? Just to appreciate. We also want to appreciate, Bongani is also online with us. Bongani from Eswatini. We are glad to have you. Many more people are definitely going to join. Then we have Dr. Patrick.
It's a pleasure for me.
Dr. Patrick from Cameroon and Koraf. We are happy to have you. Then we recognize our interpreters who have been doing a great job, sometimes overstretched. We are very proud of you. Please, let's give it to them. Let's give them a round of applause. We also have other viewers on our YouTube channel. We have other viewers on our Facebook channel. So we recognize all of you for supporting this. Please be with us today for very more exciting exciting activities as well. Our partners who are here with us in the room, we recognize World Vision International. They are here with us today again. And Nita is here. We will still make time for you to give us a word. So at this point, do we have the recap? Elizabeth is still not here. Is anybody able to contact her? Okay. So I'm also happy to announce that at 9, we'll be joined by a team from GIFA. They'll be joining us for the inauguration of the Global Task Force. So let's do the recap. Now, I would want just to take advantage over the opportunity we have to go around the tables. I think Dr. Andrai started something yesterday. I will just continue with the same style. Just for us to spend the next 10 minutes, 1 minute each on each table. So if 3 people want to speak, you make sure you have the seconds, 30, 25, 30 seconds each. So which table will volunteer to start? Just tell us what has been the most exciting, maximum 2 sentences. So I'll be counting the dots. Okay. So I'm starting with this table. We'll call this table 1. Okay, there's a mic. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, I think what I was able to learn yesterday is that in as much as we are doing research, as researchers, most of us are coming from the research background, but we can also inject the business aspect of this component to make it a bit commercial, in the sense that we're able to derive dividend from the research we are doing. Over the time, or sometimes government will say, well, researchers, all you do is just to generate and then disseminate the technologies that you do in your research institutions. But then we'll now start thinking about how to go into the business aspect of research and looking at partners that can actually able to liaise with us so that we can make a profit out of it. The last few months ago, we did some research. WFP combined with us. They made some combination with us for us to do some research on children under the age of 6 to 23 months. And we're able to talk with their mothers, they developed some mothers who accept the recipes that were prepared by the nutrition component of the research. Now we took those samples out there and able to view the minds of the mothers and the caregivers and their children also. We look at their faces when they taste the food, and then we ask them one question. If you have something like this, if somebody comes to sell this thing to you, will you buy it? At what price will you buy it? So these are some of the things, interjections we can make. We can develop a recipe, or we can develop some technologies and then take it to the consumers or the end users to see their acceptability and then the price they will pay for it. I think we can start from there. The result that we can get from that, we can then factor that into the business aspect. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. That was a very short statement. Thanks for that. So, okay, the Kadasa group is ready, but just give us, since we've started, let me just give two more people to just make very quick statements.
Finish everything. Let me say what I have to say, then they will.
No, we beg you, just, since their hands were up, let them just say something briefly. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I think I was trying to be smarter than Dorcas because I can read her mind. Actually, for me, it was the arts work yesterday. It did the magic for me. It gave me a lot of insight as to how to read meanings into various artworks. And there's a lot of wisdom in most of the things we see around, but we don't really look at it from the KM's perspective. So for me yesterday, it was really insightful. And I started, when we stepped out, I was trying to read meanings to certain things, certain edifices around me. For me, that is what did the magic for me yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Dorcas, now we give you 5 minutes to summarize the recap.
All
thank
right.
you.
We understand yesterday we had presentations from the various participants from the regional bodies. And for me, what I picked out were the comments that were coming out from the presentation. There was a presentation, I think, from Ghana, where they indicated that the research institute is managed by the Director General, and we have various directors who report to the Director General. And then there was a concern that with that kind of structure, it would be difficult to promote communication, and knowledge management was said to be one aspect that could be used to try and promote collaboration in the institution. And then there was also an addition that there is need to create a distinction between knowledge management and communication. Because if that is not done, then you find that knowledge management will be sidelined and only the communication aspect will be coming out. So there's really need to try and be clear when we are coming up with the deliverables under knowledge management. And then there was also an addition that we need to distinguish research and extension, because research basically deals with the generation of knowledge, and extension deals with the dissemination of knowledge. There was also a submission that there are a lot of issues with regards to placing standards on most of the agricultural products that we produce. That's why there's a lot of misinformation in the agricultural sector, because there's no one to regulate whatever information is going out to the farmers. And I think there was also a concern that most of us were
bringing out the issue of not having resources as a major challenge as to why we cannot promote knowledge management in our institutions. But we were advised that we can actually use knowledge management to create resources for our own institutions. I think I can end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one question from James Semwanga, the online participant, who is asking, what did we see in the arts that relates to knowledge management? Can someone post something here? We had a knowledge artwork yesterday evening. Does anybody feel fit to comment what she has found in the arts? I might start as an icebreaker. We had very vital discussions about various objects, and I remember one specifically, which is a traditional, very beautiful chair that has a function of sitting on the one side, but it's also beautiful with a surface that with fine engravings, and below the seating there were people like the chief of the village and people surrounding him. Mainly it were women, pregnant women, carrying the chair. And it was amazing to see that something that inside. So how can we make our tools more beautiful? Because we immediately like to touch it and to feel it. So beauty makes something more admirable, friendly to use. But then there is an additional layer in all what we do. That is maybe not that visible. And this social layer has reflects our own relationships to each other. And in this case, it even bridged us to history, because that is a traditional chair with roots in our Ghanaian history, I would say, in this case. And it also helped us to reflect on things that challenged us, because why is the man sitting in the center and the women, the pregnant women, carrying the load? So that, of course, raised the aspects of inclusion, of gender equality, of a fair distribution of roles. So it challenged us to think about how should we organize a knowledge culture, a knowledge society. How should we organize knowledge? Who is leading? Who is doing the work? I mean, both can go hand in hand, but sometimes it requires someone who leads and others who are more operational. And I think it's not only that we found something completely new, but that we received this integrated aspect of something that has all these functions, beauty, social aspects, and we learned from the artworks, and we see the artworks in a different way. It helps us to learn from everything. We even looked at a tile on the floor, and we said, what can we learn from that? You remember? It was an amazing discussion. It was flat. There was always nothing to see. So how can we learn from a pure flat tile? But there was a light coming from the side, and you could see the light with some shapes on the floor. So we said, if we make a platform for knowledge management, it maybe should not be too strong itself, but provide the opportunity for the participant, for the environment, to be visible and strong. So a facilitator of a community of practice, the platform, should not dominate herself or himself too much, but rather give space for others to shine and to be great. So this and many other things we experienced from the artwork, and I think it's like a museum, so many artworks that gave us inspiration. So thank you, James, for the question. Get the opportunity to reflect on that. And thank you all for joining the talk yesterday. It's very inspiring. Do we have other online questions? I think for now we don't. So I hand over to Benjamin for the next session. Benjamin, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. So we still have some 5 minutes. So I would like to just to take maximum of 2 comments, and then maybe I'll give Nita some 2 minutes to just tell us something from the World Vision perspective, or for her to share her observation and get feedback from her on the ceremony. So I would allow some 30 seconds
some
comments.
Comments on the artwork.
Yes.
Yesterday, maybe.
Okay.
Dorcas, please.
Yesterday, after we had that artwork, we went to our room. I was with Vida, and then we were watching on BBC. There was this guy that is an artist, and he's doing an amazing work, doing the designs, using the microscope and stuff like that. And then the message that came up from there was that turn art, big messages. So even with the art, you can communicate a lot of things. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, right. Amazing. Bravo.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Okay.
So just to let the participants...
Yes.
Oh, there is one more comment here. Yes, please. Francis.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I think for us yesterday when we were admiring the counter, we saw the blend between what is modern and what is tradition. The way they'll put the glass and all the modern technologies in order to serve people. But yet on top they'll have these traditional artifacts that were placed on just for decorations. However, it was done so well that it felt like it was a complete picture. And for us, we got challenged how we should take up indigenous knowledge and bring it towards a modernistic approach while adopting it in this new era, rather than we fight for indigenous and it stays indigenous and versus the new, but bringing them together to form a seamless gel. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you for this remark. Just to comment on this, artworks are mostly not produced as decoration. They are just put aside as a decoration, and we can put it more into the center of our attention and dialogue if we want to do this. It's in us to give it a word, to learn from it. So please, Elizabeth.
Yes, good morning, everyone. In my group yesterday, we looked at this beautiful chair on top, but down there was a lot of work, a lot of effort, and we equated that to knowledge management. What most people see is the product, but there's a lot of work that goes into producing those products.
Thank you very much. That was a really remarkable piece of art.
All right, yes, thank you very much. So let me give the floor to Nita to, is there a mic? Yeah, there's a mic there. So you have just two minutes to share whatever you have with us.
Okay, so I'm representing World Vision Ghana, and we've been in existence for almost 40 plus years now. So for us in World Vision, we are running a number of projects, and then agric is one of them, but we don't call it agric, we call it livelihood. And it's livelihood. Maybe I should remove my mask. We call it livelihood. So it's an opportunity to also partner with institutions like this so that we can forge ahead for a common goal. I would say that knowledge management is a key role in every organization because your roles in your organizations will help you learn how you can grow your organization in terms of grants, because yesterday I realized that most people were saying that they don't have funds, they don't have funds, they don't have funds. But in actual fact, you can actually help through this knowledge management to share the number of things that you are doing in your various institutions so that you can actually get some kind of money or partner with other institutions that are really interested in what you are doing. Showcase what you have, and then they can buy into it and also support the projects that you are doing. I would also say that from your role, you have to do a lot of coordination, because as much as you are the knowledge repository of your organization, you can't do everything alone. You don't know everything. So you would actually need to show that all the other support systems in your organizations as well. If there are other projects that are running, if there are other subgroups that are running, they also share in your vision. They also build knowledge in their various units. Every unit within your organization is building some kind of knowledge, which you might not even know about. So it is an opportunity for you to partner with all the different units in your organizations so that whatever knowledge that they are building, they would share with you, and then you as the technical person would know how you can put it together into a beautiful art that can be sold out to other people that may be interested in it. Because until you share, people do not really know that you have anything in you. In the past, we would say knowledge is power, but now it is knowledge sharing is power. If you don't share your knowledge, nobody knows what you are doing. Nobody knows that you have any good thing inside you, or your organization has something good that can be sold out. So unless you share with other people, then people begin to know that, oh, you have this, we can also sell, we can also partner with you to grow and also make advocates for people to know that these are the things that we are doing. Again, just like the information on the communication bit, you have to find that thin line between knowledge management and communication. Because if you are not able to balance it, you realize that you should know where that clear-cut demarcation is, that this is the role of knowledge management and this is communication. In actual fact, in our organization, the two go hand in hand, but you realize that you provide them with the right information, then they can also see how they can use their communication technical eye to project it for the outside world to see, because most of the time, we end up speaking our internal languages, but communication will look at how they can modify it into a language that everybody, if it is sold out, people outside the organization can understand. So you need to also have that clear balance between KM and then communications. As much as in most organizations you realize that maybe one is trying to push the other down, but you have to find that thin balance so that you can actually leverage on each other's strengths and weaknesses to make sure that you are selling out what the organization, or portray your organization in the light that you want to see yourself in. I'm happy that you are putting together a community of practice. In World Vision, we have a number of community of practice. We have for health, we have for WASH, we have almost every sector, child protection, every sector in the organization has a number of community of practice. So for it to work, there needs to be a lot of documentation within each of your individual organizations, so that when you meet as a community of practice, you can share. I don't know whether I'm making sense out of whether you're trying to understand what I'm saying. You have to kind of document within your individual organizations, so that when you meet in your community of practice, and it is your turn or a topic is raised, then you can actually share from your organization's perspective what you know about it. And then that is where you balance, you learn and unlearn some things. If there are good points or innovations that are going on within other organizations, you can also pick that one and use it to build your organization up. So in just a gist, I just want to say that we are happy to collaborate with you in future KM conferences like this. If there are other organizations that we can bring on board, why not? We are actually willing to partner with you to make it good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nita. We are very glad to have you. So, now that we are done with the recap, we've given World Vision the opportunity. For those of us who, I know some of you have, those who have visited the FARA headquarters, some of you have labeled it the Mecca of agriculture in Africa. I've heard some of you label it the Jerusalem of agriculture in Africa. This morning, as you all know, we have very special events. And as I mentioned in the first day, we are always glad to have, if this is the Mecca or the Jerusalem, the head of that, we are very glad and proud to have him with us this morning. I'm sure many of you didn't see him sneak in, but our father in the Agricultural Research for Development in Africa, Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo, is with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, he's been one of the biggest advocates for knowledge management as an instrument, and that is why you see him almost in all our events from the start to now. So the first, I'll be giving him the floor very soon to give us maybe whatever message he has for us, in addition to joining GIFA to inaugurate the task force for digital inclusion in agriculture in Africa. That one is a global task force. So we are also glad to mention that we have GIFA joining us online. And after Dr. Yemi's message, we will give them 5 minutes to make a quick presentation on the agenda for digital inclusion. And then we would quickly introduce the task force to you, and then we move to the next item. So at this point, I would want to humbly invite our Executive Director, Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo, to maybe give us a short message, and then probably invite GIFA to make their 5 minutes presentation on the task force for digital inclusion. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Let me first of all express my very, very profound gratitude to all of you, braving all the odds to come into Accra and to be a part of this maiden edition of the Knowledge Management Challenge. I really salute your commitments, and I'm happy that we have in the room a microcosm of Africa. And this is a reflection of the testimony of your commitment to build a community of practice around the very important subject of knowledge management. Knowledge management is crucial. Like my sister from World Vision was speaking earlier on, I couldn't agree more. I was at a meeting some time ago, and I had to admit the fact that in Africa, we still do not really hold our own future in our hands. That is anchored in data and knowledge warehousing. We are still grappling with the basics. So, I am very, very excited that now we are beginning to put the right foot forward and to be able to have a continent-wide knowledge management facility. And I do ask of you one thing. And that one thing is this. Now, before I ask that one thing, I must tell you this is my 9th year in this role. So I've seen different cycles, ups and downs. Many times we have initiatives like these going up, and the moment the donor withdraws, what happens? We have a deflation. But the onus is on Africans. The onus is on Africans to ensure and insist that we maintain what we take out of Accra this time around. In my country, we have a proverb that when you weave a fabric for a poor man, you also dye that fabric for him. That means you give that fabric the color. Because if you weave the fabric, it is colorless, and it is not dyed, it's neither green nor yellow nor blue nor red, then you've done nothing. But at this point where we are, I mean, so many things are done that make some people think that Africa is incapable of managing itself. But 50, 60 years post-independence, that should not be our lot anymore. So in the area of knowledge management, I am happy that today we have all of you in the room. And I know that this meeting is finishing today. I spoke in the beginning through the screen. But I decided that I will make, if some of you have flown 8, 10, 13 hours from Southern Africa, I will make that 10, 15 minutes drive and come here in person. And that's why I thought I would like to be here in person. My people say a conversation is eye to eye, not screen to screen. And I also wanted to have the organic feel, to be in the room and meet Podisi there. I didn't know that Podisi is, Dr. Podisi from Kadesa is in the room. I have heard that somebody is from Kadesa. I have heard somebody from Kenya because I saw on the screen. But the feeling is different when you are in the room, and therefore I thought it is important that I myself come in and be a part of this great momentum that is being generated. So I want to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, the crux is on all of us. We must not fail our continent. And I'd like to thank our friend from Vienna. You have traveled even much further, and at least we spared you the cold, eh? Vienna must be freezing now. I can imagine. But we're very grateful for the effort. He has been from the get-go, from the blocks, Kosombo and all over. We met in South Africa last week, or 2 weeks ago. So thank you very much for the guidance and the momentum that you keep infusing. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, as we go out of here, it's not a closing speech, but I may not have the opportunity to say this anymore. Let us keep this in our mind, that we must not allow this momentum to deflate on us. If we do, time and energy would have been lost. But I do trust that you are all our champions, and when we build this community of practice, we will make it sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. So, Jifa is online with us, and I'm happy to, okay, I can see Valerie. So, I would, at this point, maybe invite Jifa to make just 5 minutes presentation on the relationship that we are building on digital inclusion, which is very much closely related to the agenda for knowledge management for the continent. And so whatever community that we are going to build on digitalization, on knowledge management, on artificial intelligence, is going to fall under the main knowledge management community of practice. So this task force that we'll be hearing a little more from Valeria is going to be a subset of the things that we are already doing. So we are just mainstreaming it into our activities. So at this point, Valeria, we are glad to have you. You can just introduce yourself further because there are diverse participants in the room. We have a representation from over 20 countries and largely from the National Research and Extension System and other partners, including World Vision Ghana. And so we are happy to have you. As you also heard, Dr. Yemi is here with us. So that also tells the level of importance that FARA has placed on this activity. So please, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for finding a slot in your conference for this. I know, the conference was really, you had a packed program with a lot of activities. I know I read the program. I connected yesterday. I participated in some of the cafes that you had, and I was really impressed by the discussions, the energy of the participants in this conference. Really, congratulations for what you're doing. Thanks for finding a slot for this. I will just share one slide. I know that you don't have much time, and this is just to very quickly introduce the idea of this. Okay, let me open this. Yeah, the interregional task force. I'm Valeria Pesce. I work for the Global Forum on Agricultural Research and Innovation, GFAR. What we do, as you may know, we work through collective actions. And at the moment, we have this collective action on inclusive digital transformation of agriculture. And this is it's a collective action. For us, a collective action is an action that is conducted by at least 3 partners together working on the same objectives and including producers or farmers. This collective action is on inclusive digital transformation of agriculture and tries to address the problem of smallholder farmers not harnessing the benefits of the digital transformation of agriculture. And it tries to do so by including farmers in governance and design of digital solutions. That's the overall idea. And so far, we've had, let's say, regional actions planned. Some have started, some are in the pipeline. And the idea is to work, of course, at the regional and local level, which is essential to identify needs, challenges that are different, and also to devise approaches that are tailored to the local dimension. But we all know that there are common challenges among different regions, and there are also different but complementary strengths that can be leveraged to help address challenges in other regions. And this is actually something that we discussed with Yemi. So this is also why we are launching it here with FARA, because Yemi was the one who pointed out that we should move to interregional learning and interregional knowledge sharing on these topics. And so the idea of this task force came up, and we thought of some initial tasks. It's interregional, and at the beginning, the initial conveners, let's say, are the regional fora. You see the logos from Asia Pacific, the Caucasus, and IFA is only facilitating. I'm here at the collective action, but the real actors are now the initiators are the regional fora. And the initiators will actually convene other actors, because of course farmers will be at the center of this. Also advisory services, especially digital advisory services. So GIFRAS and the regional fora of GIFRAS will also be involved. But the initial task we thought would be around mapping, for instance, major inclusion challenges and strengths in different regions, identifying common challenges that can be addressed through joint efforts, but also mapping different needs and strengths that can be matched to interregional learning, and this is scaling out of regional efforts. So as I said, this is just the beginning. We're starting now, and I'm happy that it is in the context of what you're doing. Of course, knowledge management, and you're also working on AI, and everything is related to this, all the digital aspects of agriculture. The regional fora are the initiator, let's say the conveners. So anybody who's interested can contact the relevant regional forum, or you can contact the GIFA Secretariat. And we would really be happy to see who is interested in going ahead with this. And again, thank you for hosting this launch here. Thank you. Wants to say something, or if the people, we have already 5 people from, let me unshare this, stop sharing. At least 4 people from who are there at the conference, I think, who are already members of this team. I don't know if Benjamin or one of them, Andri, Elizabeth, Bandiogo, if you want to say something. Thank you very much. And thank you, Yemi, for starting this.
Thank you very much, Valeria. Please, shall we give her a round of applause? The GIFA has been a very important collaborator. And as you all know, GIFA is the global, it's like the FARA is continent, GIFA is the global institution, just like FARA is for the continent. And we are also happy to indicate that GIFA has been with us on the challenge from day one, sponsoring one participant, Fidel, is under the sponsorship of GIFA. So at this point, I will just project the task force. There are 4, so that we all get to know them. And then Dr. Yemi will maybe join. I don't know how Valerie will be able to, we will show her on the screen, to inaugurate the task force for digital inclusion for Africa. So, open the, go and open the, yeah. Yes, no, the concept note. Okay, so let's scroll. Yes. Okay, so this is, please scroll to the pictures. So as Valeria had mentioned, this is a global task force. And so we have people from, no, the pictures. We have representation from Africa. Africa is 4 of us. And so FARA is, okay, FARA is the coordinator. And so I will be representing FARA. I will invite the other 3. Andrew Russell is the CIKM specialist for AFAS. That is the extension regional organization, continental organization. And unfortunately, he indicated that he's not feeling well and he has to see the doctor. So he's unable to join us. Then we have Elizabeth. Elizabeth, please, can you come forward? She's also from the extension, and she brings on board the extension angle to the issue of digitalization. Then we have Dr. Bandigu Dembele from Mali. He is a researcher, largely on technology transfer as well. And so he also comes in with a very strong representation. And so as you can see, we are being strategically, AFAS and FARA, that is the extension research connection. And then you have Bandigu and the country level too. We have Bandigu and Elizabeth, the extension research connection. So this is a team that is going to be a subset of the knowledge management community of practice. And so I would, at this point, Valeria, please, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'm inviting our executive director, Dr. Yemi, to officially inaugurate this task force for digital inclusion in Africa.
So, guys, where is the tape to cut now? Very good. I always say that it is always a thing of joy when I have to speak at the naming ceremony of a small child. I've done that a few times. It's always the beginning, but the beginning is only the first step. And I'm happy that, closely linked to what I said earlier on, that when we start, we have to maintain this momentum. And you guys are now the task force. So the onus is on you. But this is not gender balanced. Huh? You're 4, isn't it? Almost. Okay. So you must ensure that we don't have a deflation. We're not going down anymore. So this is already a good step, a right step in the right direction, and it is my joy to officially inaugurate this task force, and I wish you all the very best, and you can count on my support anytime, any day.
Thank you. Did you capture the cutting? Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Edie. So the next activity is, okay, so you can go off. As you can see from the program, we have the draft charter for the knowledge management community of practice. We are going to project it and review the main components so that you can make any further input. We finalize it, print it for the signing by our executive directors to enable us begin work. And as we all are aware, the knowledge management community of practice is for all of us who are certified knowledge management practitioners. And I strongly believe almost all of us here have qualified, even though you are yet to get your certificate. So we are going to review the charter, which has been developed and is in draft. So we will just put it on the screen. We read the key components, and then if there's anything to be added, we add it, and then we finalize and get it printed for signing. In the midst of that, we will be officially inaugurated. And so we are fortunate to have Dr. Yemi here. We also have Dr. Podisi, representing the Executive Director of CADESA. And so we are glad to have the right people here to inaugurate us. So I want to quickly open I will open the charter, which, yes, no, just close this. I'll open the charter, and then we will quickly review within some 20 minutes. So you can project this one. Yes, so fortunately for us here, they have already been present of practice, kind of work that awaits us. And just as Dr. Emi has told us, the momentum can only be sustained if we stay together up from here. And so, yes, I'll invite Dr. Andres to join, and then we review just the key components of the charter, and then we can make inputs.
Thank you, Benjamin. Let me shortly explain why we need a charter. What the executive director has mentioned is the most challenging aspect for us. A community starts usually with excitement. We come together, we have worked for 3 months, we are happy to sit here to meet each other, we made knowledge artworks, so that is a great excitement, and we are committed to work together. Your bosses may say, this is urgent, this is important, there is a deadline here, there is a deadline there. And there is a risk that other obligations will overload the spirit of collaboration. The Charter is therefore an instrument to stabilize and sustain our collaboration, because it clearly points out what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? Why is it necessary? It also helps us to explain your bosses and partners what we want to achieve. It reminds us of what we want to produce as an output and impact, so that this community does not live only from excitement, but also from the commitment to achieve real outputs and benefits to our communities and end users. So the main purpose is clarification, sustaining the efforts, and communicating with others, also with newcomers. When somebody joins the community, and we hope that it will be many, many more than the 30 of us that we are here together now, to onboard new members of the partnership and explain them what we want to achieve, why we are here, and also the rules of collaboration. Because we want to provide a space, a trusted space where we can share our concerns, where we can speak openly about problems, where we can propose ideas without being offended that they are not yet well enough developed. This needs to be a space that encourages us to share our ideas and visions and share knowledge and even our failures. Everybody who joins this community should know how we work, so that our ship that brings us to the future is solid. It does not leak, it has a direction. And then it also says who is taking responsibility in our community. On a boat that brings us to the future, we have different roles and responsibilities. We need a core team. We need those who organize the tools. We need those who are the front runners, and we are those who build the community spirit. So we need to clarify a number of things, and this is what the Charter is about. And it is very important that the directors, the executive directors, and that your managers, your supervisors, they know about it and they say, yes, this is what I want. This is what you should do. I will give you the time and support to implement it. And I declare this with my signature. This is important to sustain and maintain this effort. And it's very much appreciated that the executive director of FARA is here and is the first one to sign this charter. So let us have a look together. Is it this one? So altogether, this is the knowledge management for agricultural development, community of practice, established today on the 9th of December. So move. Move, move, move. Huh? Okay. So let us have a sort of approval step at all the key components. And let us start with the title. Yes. So let us start with the title, the Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development, Community of Practice. Originally, we had intended to call it the Artificial Intelligence Community, but we also realized that artificial intelligence is one of the key components, but it cannot be separated from other components. Like we have discussed yesterday with the artworks, that everything has a social component. Whatever we do has many different aspects that need to be integrated. Therefore, we rather consider to keep the name more comprehensive, and within that community to have sub-communities working on digitalization and artificial intelligence, or on inclusion, or on reaching out to the last mile, etc. All of that being integrated and linked through the knowledge management for agricultural development community. So is there any comment on that or opposition to that? If you are in agreement, you could say yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Then let's move forward. We are introducing the purpose of the community charter. I have done it already to a certain extent. So this is important for us. The community of practice charter documents the information required by decision makers to approve and support the activities necessary for a successful launch, but also cultivation and sustainability of the community of practice. The charter includes the needs, the scope, the justification, and the resource commitments. Without resources, we will not achieve. The intended audience of this community charter is therefore the community members, but also the community sponsors and any other interested party, specifically those who want to join us in the future. If there is any opposition, raise the hand. Otherwise, you can say, yes, let's go.
Yes.
Great. Let's move forward.
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's move forward. Communities of practice, what are they? So this is, we have a more recent version where this is deleted. This can be deleted there. So there is a short introduction which explains what is a community of practice, because not every director, not every new member knows what exactly this is. So that gives a short introduction. Communities of practice represent a group of professionals informally bound to one another through common work practices, including exposure to common types of problems and common pursuit of solutions. COPs are a way of nurturing new knowledge, stimulating innovation, sharing knowledge, fostering informal contacts and trust between colleagues. Communities of practice need people together where peers and their outputs can include leading practices, guidelines, knowledge products and services, technical problem and solution discussions, mutual support and advice, formal and informal publications and strategies. So all that gives examples, but can also go beyond that. Each community has a cognitive, structural, and relational component. So it's not only about science. This has the component of how do we collaborate each other, respecting each other, working in a participative way. And it has that relationship component as well of a trustful community and collaboration. Representing components of social capital. The what comprises field domain practices, the how comprises the organizational framework and processes and norms, and the who comprises the members, trust and networking. It is important to balance these aspects and not to focus on one single aspect alone. Is that fine? Yes. Sounds good? Yes. So, there is a justification for KM for agricultural development. I think we all agree that knowledge is an essential resource for increasing the productivity, profitability, and sustainability of the agricultural sector in Africa. Knowledge management, therefore, becomes an important discipline in making best use of existing knowledge and to foster the development and dissemination of new knowledge. KM is a young and cross-disciplinary approach, challenging the organizations as well as individual knowledge managers and practitioners involved in it. Exchanging experiences, sharing knowledge, solving problems, helping each other, strengthening learning and further development are therefore some of the key requirements to strengthen the impactful implementation of KM on an African level. The KM4AgD challenge has been a starting point for the community of practice, bringing together KM experts and practitioners from all over the continent, aiming to reach everybody interested in KM in the agricultural sector in all African countries in order to strengthen KM in organizations, to support individuals involved in its implementation, and to advance the quality of the agricultural knowledge ecosystem. So we have this level of individual, organizational, and sectoral advancement. I'm just saying that I should not present all of this myself because it has been a teamwork. Agricultural knowledge management at individual, organizational, and sectoral level for growth, prosperity, and sustainability of the agricultural sector in Africa. It's quite comprehensive, but also straight to the point. Knowledge managers shall be connected and be enabled to support each other in the fulfillment of their tasks and the achievement of impact. The community of practice is not timely limited. All people interested in KM in the agricultural sector are welcome to join the COP, which shall provide knowledge products and services to raise the awareness for the relevance of KM and strengthen its implementation. For the goals, I will hand over to Benjamin.
Thank you very much. And I will just continue from where Dr. Andreas left off. So we've proposed that the goals of the community of practice include, but not limited to the following. Meaning that as we start work, other things could emerge and we need to relook at it. But we have worked towards solutions to issues identified as priorities within the field of agriculture. Develop and support KM best practices, avoid failures and knowledge loss. exchange all kinds of explicit and implicit knowledge, support the onboarding of interested people to the topic, look for collaboration points, identify unrecognized pockets of related projects, and share knowledge with those projects, encourage standards adoption, increase the transparency of activities going on, convening experts regularly for dialogue and exchange, support education and research activities of all participation institutions, benchmark achievements and challenges in KM, support the establishment and facilitation of knowledge partnerships and knowledge agenda on regional, national, and local level. And I mean, this would tell you that already some of the countries are falling in line, especially Tanzania, that has already developed some kind of policy. So then the high-level requirements.
Are you okay with that? Any additions? Any comments?
We miss.
Everything is fine. Okay.
Okay. High-level requirements. The following table presents the requirements that the community product, services, or resource must meet in order for the community objectives to be satisfied. First is support by key institutions. The second is awareness on KM in the agricultural sector. And I think this is one of the events that is, so we have to continue the awareness. Participation of KM practitioners from all African countries. Production of relevant outputs like knowledge products and services. And then the evaluation of the community effectiveness. So these are the high-level requirements. Is there anything that you think we need to add or revise here? Okay.
Okay, I was just asking, why should we use all African countries? Because I know a lot of processes that all the African countries up to now are still not participating. So why not use majority of African countries rather than saying all?
Must. And these are those that are here and that, let's say, make the majority of those who discuss. But we should not leave any, not leave anybody behind and actively address everybody. Because those that are not here, those that even don't know about this, may be exactly those who need it most. And we should give our best. Of course, we cannot guarantee, and we cannot stop if not everybody is there. We have to move. But we should make efforts to reach out to every country. And even if this is only 1 or 2 persons per country, it's a starting point to raise awareness, to put the seed into the soil. That is what we should try. Then we can speak of an African knowledge management community of practice. You see, I'm very often working on knowledge cities and knowledge countries. What is a knowledge city? And from my point of view, a city that only supports an elite of very knowledgeable, very well-educated people, it cannot call itself a knowledge city. It is a knowledge elite. But a city has city sense. And if the citizens are not all enabled to participate in a knowledge city and society, then call it elite, call it this, call it that, but not knowledge city. And if we talk about an African community of practice, let's try to involve all the countries. So if you want, we can say we aim to include all, but I would even say it's a requirement that we aim to include all. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, thank you. So just to add, even in FARA, where we operate, we use the D group just to reach out to our constituents. It will interest you to note that almost every country in Africa, let's say all the countries in Africa, have at least somebody in the FARA D group, meaning that anytime we broadcast any information, at least we have somebody from all the African countries receiving it. So it's an ambition that probably we will be able to achieve as the years go by. Okay. So are we okay? Can I move on? Yes. All right. Major deliverables. So these are the major deliverables of the community. There are 7. First, guidelines, methods, and tools for knowledge management regularly updated. And as you know, already we have been able to come up with the Akosombo integration agenda. We are having the knowledge management for agriculture development agenda going to be outdoor today. And so these are things that will help us or guide us to be able to be working collectively. Database of KM practitioners, regular awareness and outreach events, onboarding instruments for newcomers in this field, joint meetings, online and offline, presentations and publications, regular monitoring and evaluation of the community effectiveness. So these are the key deliverables that we have proposed at this point. Is anything missing? Does anything need to be reviewed?
Something that may appear to be missing is the capacity building, training. But it's not necessarily the obligation of a community to provide trainings and courses. So just to say we are aware that this is needed. We need educational programs at universities, vocational training institutes, even FARA to organ at CADESA, CORA, AZARECA, AFAS, WIPER to promote trainings. But it's not necessarily the obligation of the community to offer such courses, but at least it can contribute and make sure that such trainings are available and share experiences. So we have not put it there, but we keep it in mind.
Thank you. And even the number 3, awareness and outreach events, probably the community definitely have to ensure that we are also abreast with the new trends, the new dynamics in knowledge management. Okay. All right, then in community participation. Individual and organizational benefits. So through sharing, creation, and management of knowledge around KM issues, the community enables individuals, and we've categorized them into the individual and then the organizational. Continue learning and developing professionally. Access and develop expertise. Improve communication with peers. And this the individual level. Keep current, increase productivity and quality of work. If you used to use, if you were developing or used to develop a knowledge product, maybe using 1 month, maybe you have been able to learn new techniques that will allow you to develop it within 1 week. Keep current in their job domain. Further develop a sense of professional identity, enhance professional reputation, increase informal network and trust among colleagues. So these are the individual level. Then the community benefits the participants' organizations by 1, reducing time, cost to retrieve knowledge, experience, and information, reducing learning curves, improving knowledge sharing and distribution, enhancing coordination, standardization, and synergies across organizational units, reducing rework and reinvention, enabling innovation, benchmarking against influencing industry standards, building alliances, supporting the institutional memory. So, I don't know if you have anything to add here. Yes, Aju. Can you use the mic?
I think that there's one portion up there we talk about improve communication, peer learning. So I was just thinking, I mean, already peer-to-peer, we are already communication. But then we can, if we can just say that improve peer-to-peer learning, rather than say improve communication learning or communication with peer learning. I was just thinking that when we make it maybe improve peer-to-peer learning, yes.
Improve communication with peers.
Yeah. In that space, I was thinking if you can put it in the perspective of improve peer-to-peer learning.
I think it's continual learning and development.
Let's get it a bit clear. We have, this is the point you are talking about.
Yes.
This one, improve communication with peers. Okay, and you are saying that?
I was just saying that if you can make it rather straightforward, that improve peer learning or peer-to-peer learning, so that it may not necessarily be like, well, the person have to be maybe in the context of communication, but then as long as we meet, as long as we are in the room discussion, we are learning together, or make sure that the learning process is maintained and continues.
Is this fine?
I think I like that point, fostering peer learning. I think that makes sense for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we can continue. Now, the ground rules for being a member. Maybe after this, Dr. Andreas will take over. So, ground rules for, community norms. So we are saying that the community operates around the following governance principles: participation, transparency, responsiveness, consensus orientation, equity. You prefer we use the equality?
I think it is more equality that we are aiming at, not gender, equity.
Okay. So equality and inclusiveness. Equality and inclusiveness, effectiveness and efficiency, accountability, and rules of engagement. That is the first. It creates a safe space where colleagues can interact without fear of making mistakes or institutional retribution. It shall be open to all with an interest and who abide by community norms. We encourage the ongoing education of members and the deepening of expertise among members. So these are the norms. I think, Dr. Andreas, we may still need the equity, in my opinion. striving for equity. Maybe this will come from more of the gender dimension, where we deliberately try to ensure that there's that good representation of both male and female practitioners. Okay. Okay, sir.
All right. Do you hear me? Or I can speak without it? Sure, okay. All right, I have two short questions. And the first of this is around the custodianship of this charter. I think you've done a great job to have come this far. But when I look across this room, because this charter is going to be signed, who takes custodianship, who takes responsibility for the implementation of this charter? And I want to know also what is the role of the SROs, the sub-regional organizations, because these member states are all nested within the SROs. So it may be easier, I don't know how it is when you look at the governance structure of the community of practice, but it is easy to talk when we are under one roof like this, but the moment you say goodbye to each other, and just like Andreas was saying, many other things will begin to compete for your time and attention. And so we need to know very, very clearly what should the SROs be doing to galvanize the people within their own geographic space, and how will they take this initiative forward? Thank you.
May I answer directly to that? We have another section more down in the document that describes the roles and responsibilities. And it includes, in principle, it includes three major roles. On the one side, we have the community sponsors, because the executive directors, the ministers, even the directors within the national research institutions, or the heads of all your companies and organizations, they need to support it. Because if you as an individual, you participate in this, it means you are spending, to a certain extent, the time, paid time of your work. And if the management, the leadership does not support it, we are in troubles. Of course, you can do everything in your free time as a volunteer, but this is too serious to do that in your spare time. It has to be work. It is relevant. That says the directors should support it. The second is the core team of the community. We call it the community facilitators. These are persons who perform the day-to-day management of the community, having a specific accountability for managing the community. So we distribute tasks. Who is responsible for reaching out? Who is responsible for the tool? Who is responsible for the day-to-day communication? Maybe to acquire funds, to run a project, etc., etc., etc. So that has to be clarified. Within the approved constraints of scope, quality, time, cost to deliver the specified requirements, deliverables, and achieve customer satisfaction. And then also the members, they have responsibilities. This is not just a sailing club where you enjoy. This is a community of practice, and we need to regard sharing, learning as an active contribution that takes time. So practitioners and all interested agricultural KM
as a knowledge managers, contribute by sharing and following the above-mentioned norms and ground rules. I hope that this gives an answer to your question. Can we agree on that? Maybe a yes or remarks? Sorry, I did not hear you well.
Yes.
It's a yes, okay.
Yes. And maybe just to add, at least for us, for the start, the FARA, AFAS, SROs, the KM leaders are going to be responsible for the initial coordination. And then the participants who have been certified, I mean those who have gone through the training and they understand the rudiments of communities of practice, and fortunately many of them are leading similar functions in their countries, would form the first core group, and then from here we would have meetings that will help us, I mean in terms of the deliverables, who is responsible for what. Then we can begin to now roll it out. We are hoping that once this is going to be an annual event, the KM4AgD, it's going to bring on board the country teams, the country partnerships, and then as we also implement the 10 agenda points that we have identified through this challenge, it will facilitate the process of strengthening or the coordination and the partnership of KM actors within the countries who we will begin to onboard in this. So I think the initial commitment will be more from us here in the room to ensure that we sacrifice to get things working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are some questions that I think we can answer after the community charter. So I would propose we continue here.
If it's a question, then let's continue after that. We don't want to open to discussion. We want to go through the document.
So we are a bit late, so let us really be quick now, because...
Yes, okay, so ground rules for being a member. You can be reading, you can be reading, so we have members are willing, down here. Okay, the ground rules for being a member. Members are willing to share challenges and lessons learned as well as successes. Members strive to create an environment of trust to foster insightful, non-threatening discussion of ideas and experiences. Members distribute leadership responsibilities and collectively share in the management of the community, meaning that at any point in time, even somebody from the country level can be the community chair. It doesn't have to necessarily be FARA or the SROs. Members advance their personal and professional goals through participation in community. Members are practitioners contributing to the community through their experiences, skills, and time. This is a professional group, so at least people who are joining should have some level of training on the subject of knowledge management. So I think that is there anything to add here?
And it's written here because all of this has happened in the past.
Yes.
There are always members who join and only take and don't give. There are always people who don't take responsibilities. There are always people who think they make themselves great if they cheat others and they blame others for not being perfect. So the fact that this is written down helps us to argue and say, come on, this is against our rules. This is against what we have described. So please either adjust or you leave. Because one also has to say clearly, we are not open for everybody. We are open only for those who contribute actively, who respect this environment. And this is why we are putting it here. For you, it may be said, understood, no-brainers, but it's not. So, Members agreed to be respectful and use appropriate language in groups and discussions, to listen and respond to each other in open and constructive minds. Members will not be afraid to respectfully challenge one another by asking questions, but refrain from personal attacks. Focus on ideas. Members will participate to fullest extent possible. Community growth depends on the inclusion of every individual voice. So we make sure that we don't, let's say, only focus on the loudest voice, but also on the silent ones. Members commit to search for opportunities for consensus or compromise and for creative solutions. We don't always have to have the same opinion, but even sharing the dissents can be an acceptable way to move forward without fighting against each other. Members will contribute to an atmosphere of problem solving rather than stating positions. Members will attempt to build on each other's strengths and help each other to improve areas in need of further development. Sounds good? We can agree? Fantastic. So there are some assumptions that we put, and when it seems that these assumptions are not correct, then we may have to rethink. So there is an interest among the agricultural knowledge managers in forming informal and formal connections. If that disappears, we'll close the community. There will be the community members who take increasing responsibility for stewarding the success of the community. Once we realize nobody wants to take responsibility, we close the community. Sponsors will support the time investment to their staff to participate. If all of this is only voluntary, wow, evidently the leaders don't take it serious. We close the community. The members experience the community as a safe space with trusted colleagues and interactions. If this is only to fight and only to blame each other, we shall close the community. We have some constraints. The availability of members to participate collectively at a single unique time may limit the number of participants, but we strengthen our virtual collaboration. Trust will need to be developed over time, and without this, knowledge sharing will be limited. So trust is important. The organizational culture will need to explicitly and implicitly support knowledge sharing. So we have to observe these limitations and work on them. And also mitigate the risks. We have identified some, we shall work on them. Community does not receive support, so we need the charter signing. Community does not draw interest, so we develop relevant themes in a participatory manner, so that the energy comes from the community. Community leaders do not emerge, so we will facilitate to encourage the emergence of champions. Members do not experience the community as a safe space, so we actively create that safe space through facilitation, good knowledge sharing practices, and ensuring that community norms are developed and understood and respected. Specifically, that is my personal comment here, specifically where there is an imbalance of power and a very powerful person misuses or disregards the rules, it requires a strong facilitator who says, dear whatever, director, dear manager, this is not how we work here. We have other rules. Please observe our rules. Because those who are not as powerful, they may not feel comfortable in, let's say, disputing with the director or a minister. But that makes a strong facilitator who says, no, dear minister, sorry, in this community, we give everybody time to speak. So we have these norms. Very important point. Okay, let's continue. We talked about the community organizations. We can go further. Stakeholders, we identified a number of them, like the CADEP XP4 partners, FARA, CADESA, Azareka, core of AFAS, and I think we could add YPART as well. The national focal points for knowledge management, the AFAS country fora, KM point persons, knowledge management practitioners, ministries related to agriculture, faculties, departments, colleges of agriculture, including School of Knowledge Sciences, wherever they are or may exist in the future, and other educational institutions that teach knowledge management or research, and of course the donors. Of course, we want to highlight our sponsors, the European Union, our partners, IFAD, FAO, World Food Programme, and I think we can add many more. So I think the list is just an initial one. So are we done? Okay, let's move. So and now we come to the charter approval. We can add more of these tables, but we want to have many executives to sign that, to say, I like it, I want this to happen, I will give my people time to participate in this, I will support it in my personal work. And I really recommend you to take this home to your supervisors, directors, and ministers and ask them for approval. There will always be for you an individual version where there is enough space to sign, okay? Ask them to sign it. Because whenever there is pressure on you, and this will come, I promise you, there will be pressure to do this, to do that. Because, but you have signed it. You have signed it. I want to do this, it's important. Yeah? It's really something very useful. Okay, we have added some references, but that's it in principle. Are you fine with it? Great, so then this is a very good foundation for our community work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andres. So thank you very much. So the signature portion, there will be a follow-up session that my colleague Bridget will facilitate. In terms of who signs, fortunately we have the executive director for FARA here. We have the representative of the executive director for CADESA here. We have the representative for the executive director of AFAS here. And Koraf, she didn't come today, but she didn't come yesterday. She came the first day. So, but I know Maurice, the CADEP SP4 coordinator, indicated last night that they are with us. And so we can still send it to them to sign their portion. But those that are here, we would have a follow-up session soon. And then we can sign. Actually, we will just create more space for the organization to sign. And like Dr. Andres said, we will continue to get signatures from your bosses, even if you go back, for us to add. We will pick just very quick comments. We have also some 2 hands online. We'll give them just 30 seconds to make some general comment. So yes, I'll start with Elizabeth, and then I come to...
Thank you very much, Benjamin and Dr. Andreas. It is really exciting that this is coming to work. I missed a section on sanctions in case some people do not measure up to the expectations. What happens?
Well, those who work against the ground rules, of course, they shall not be excluded immediately. So they shall be informed about the rules. They shall be encouraged to follow the rules. But if after, let's say, empathic communication with these persons, they still do not respect, then they shall be excluded. That's the simplest answer. You don't want to work with us in the way we agreed. We really tried our best. We gave you a second, maybe a third opportunity, but then we have to exclude you. That's the way.
All right, so Marilyn, and then quick comments, and then we'll go online. So,
yes. Mine is, I don't know if it's a question or it's a suggestion. I was thinking that the people involved, the participants we involved here in Ghana, we are from different areas, and since I don't know if we can come together and work in different communities, but we come together as one. I am from a research background, she's from the ministries, I agree, and Paul is from the private sector. So maybe when we come together, because we know that from this document, we are inviting the ministers, and I don't know if chief executives and all that. So if I am having my separate community, or I don't know how to say it, but then COP, and I have to invite all these people, and they are also having theirs. Won't it be a duplication or something? Is it clear, please?
Yeah, well.
I would say that this community of practice for agricultural knowledge management is the overarching community for us to come and join and share. There is always the option to establish a subgroup, even on the common platform. You can usually open a subgroup on a specific topic, on a specific region, on a specific challenge. And you may close it when you have reached your goal and then return to the umbrella community. Altogether, good facilitation in the core team should take care that the sub-communities are not too much redundant and that they report back regularly to the main group and that they share their outputs or products. So that is good facilitation skills. Whenever there is a subgroup, that somebody takes care that there is still a communicating subgroup, that we don't start building new silos.
Okay. Yes, so one of the ideas we are coming up with, and fortunately, we have come up with 10 key agenda points that seem to begin to put us in certain interest areas. So there will be subgroups that may be emerging from, let's say, misinformation and fake news community. We will have maybe private sector group, KM group. So as we get out from here, our first meeting will definitely be to now add some more meaning to some of the actions. So those will be some of the proposals. Now, at the country level, definitely you become the first, let's say, the anchor person to mobilize your country KM practitioners in the agriculture sector. So, but, I mean, that will be other subgroups. You can have a country level, topic level, and then we'll be able to manage. Fortunately for FARA, we already have the D group space as an online support tool for managing community of practice. And so that will help in addition to the other physical interactions that you have with your groups.
And you can easily open a country-specific community as well under the overarching umbrella on the groups.
So we are inaugurating this as a continental knowledge management for agriculture development community of practice. And all other groups can fall under it. Thank you. Yes. No, yes. You're okay? All right, thank you. Okay. So after this, then we'll go online and then we can move to the inauguration.
All right, thank you. Thank you for this, the document, well written and researched. Let me use that. I'm just, this is a quick one. This is for the continent, Africa, right? I have seen a lot of charters. Should we somehow make the name of the continent to appear in the title? Would it change anything? Would it not make it better, picking it off the shelf to say either Africa Charter of this or Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Community of Practice in Africa? Somehow, I think the continent should feature so that it differentiates it from any other one that may come up later. That's just my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will take, there are 3 hands online. Please, can we allow the online people to, we have other comments that have been made. We have Moses. Okay, so somebody is already asking, who is the contact person for Kenya chapter from online? So please, the Kenya reps, just take note and begin to engage Jane. Moses says, ladies and gentlemen, KM practitioners and knowledge creators, generators, that's researchers, must all be involved. The task force should spearhead this process. That should be the next stage of or level of engagement. Otherwise, it's too early to establish the implementers and roadmap and action plans now. Please advise. Thank you. Okay. Now I need a lawyer. Achu? I'll read this and you interpret.
Hello everybody, my name is Arce Martial, President of the Research Réseau of young researchers, doctor at the university, Felix. Oh, this is just an introduction.
That's fine. So I believe Ines might know this person or you want to contact this person. Okay, so those, how about the country level? What intention? Okay, we already have answered this. This Dean Molozi from Zambia. Dorcas, please take note. Somebody has a question from Zambia. Okay, so we will allow quickly the online. Who is going to speak first? Just 30 seconds, please. Okay. Please introduce yourself and make your statement.
I'm Professor Emery from Department of Forestry and Wildlife, Faculty of Agriculture, Taraba State University, Taraba State, Nigeria. My comment is that capacity building should be put there because this is a very new, knowledge management is very new. And from this conference or the other webinar we had, it's only 28 people that are now certified. So I would suggest that capacity building should be a major aspect of it, because people who don't know what it's all about will not want to participate, or who don't have the knowledge to be able to participate meaningfully cannot pull this knowledge management charter forward. So my suggestion is that everybody who is interested should be built very well in a way that they can participate. Having capacity building as something else or somebody else's business will not move us forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I wanted to know if some of us, the people who are participating online, will be certified that they attended or whatever. That was one other question I put in there. So thank you very much.
All right.
Hello, can I speak?
Yes, thank you. Yes, the next speaker.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please
Mr.
go ahead.
Moderator?
Please go ahead. You have
Yes,
30 seconds.
This is James. My comment was on in the preliminaries under the deliverables. I was looking for something that speaks to commercialization and the fact to address the fact that some members of the community are into knowledge management for commercial reasons, and they can be very different from those that are from the research background. So I wanted us to see whether we are adequately covering the ground whereby we can effectively regulate the conduct of people who are doing this for commerce, and also to make sure that they are sufficiently accommodated in the network, because we do this for commerce, we do this for profit gain, but we can be excessive sometimes, and we need a way to moderate the way we do things. But I think that it is important, commercialization is important for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me maybe answer to that. It is very important to have professional service providers in knowledge management. Training institutions, consultants, providers of tools and instruments. And the community of practice that we are talking about should support the transparency of this market, should even highlight the existence of these service providers. However, we should take care as a community to compete with such service providers. Because as soon as the community starts to provide consultancies, starts to provide training programs, which others provide for, let's say, on the market for being paid, then we get in a conflict with our own members. So that should be avoided. All those services that are usually provided on the market should not be provided by ourselves. We should rather support those professionals who provide the services to be transparent, to be stronger visible, to be in demand. That is the common approach to communities. Make the members, including the professional service providers, strong and do not compete with them.
Okay. Thank you. So just to also answer the question on certification, yes. So we would, for those of you who have participated actively online, we would have a certificate of participation in the conference. However, the certificate for the participants who have joined the challenge for the past 3 months is more of a diploma. It's more of an academic certificate. So that will be different from the certificate of participation. So all of you who join online the conference, you will receive certificates of participation in the conference. Thank you. The last person online, the last comment. Is somebody else? Okay, so thank you very much. I've seen that two key things people wanted to be explicitly captured is the issue of capacity building. How does the community make that, that responsibility? How do we carry that responsibility? And then the commercialization, where how does the community promote the business aspect of knowledge management? And I think we will definitely be discussing when the team is inaugurated on how to advance this. Fortunately, we have people here who have different backgrounds, and it will help. We also want to just assure our Francophone participants that this document will be is being translated into French so that we all have the versions for our references. Now, at this point, whilst we've tried to get the document printed, we would want to request that if our directors here are okay with the content, we will not say they should sign immediately. The Continental Community of Knowledge Management for Agriculture Development Community of Practice, and then subsequently we will make the document available for them to sign for us. We are privileged to be joined online by Dr. Sarah Cummins. Sarah has been with us all this while. She has had the chance to look at the charter as well. And so she will be joining our director, Dr. Yemi, Dr. Podisi, and then the representative of the executive director of AFAS, Mr. Akoto, to officially inaugurate the group. I think almost all of us here, or the group, all the 28 members, the 30 members that are going to be certified or that are going to receive certificates as certified knowledge managers are going to be members, core members of this group. And so I would just give maybe 1 minute to Sarah if you want to make a comment, and then I'll hand over to Bridget to invite our noble leaders to come and officially inaugurate the group. And then we will get the printed copy for them later. After, maybe during snack break. So, Dr. Sarah Cummins, are you still online?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Great. Maybe I just say a few words then, Benjamin, if that's okay. I think you can hear me, so I'm just going to start talking.
Yes, we can hear you.
As the board member of the As a board member of the Knowledge for Development Partnership and as a member of the core group KM4Dev, I really applaud the establishment of this continent-wide community of practice, and I think it's a hugely important and timely undertaking. I'm going to try and be short, but I think, having this charter is a really important first step because, a lot of the benefits of such a community of practice can be a bit intangible, but you have such a strong framework that should really help with your activities. And I just want to say that I particularly applaud the commitment of Dr. Yemi and Farah and all the other organisations involved, but also the individuals who've been part of this challenge. And I'd like to wish the new community of practice every success in the future. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, for those kind words that you have mentioned. And indeed, this community of practice, we are so grateful that it is being formed at such a time as this, when we greatly need it. I want to take this wonderful opportunity to remind you also, my colleagues, that when I was first appointed as knowledge management
specialist at the organization that I worked, I didn't know anything. I had to join a community of practice where I started learning knowledge management step by step until I got somewhere with the skills of knowledge management. So this community that we are forming is going to help a lot of us to get better and better, and there will be daily and continuous learning from one another. So I just want to say it's a great move, and may we continue moving forward. So this time around, I'm going to call upon Dr. Yemi, and I'm also going to call upon Sarah Cummings, Dr. Sarah Cummings, who is online, so that they can inaugurate this very important and milestone event that we are having. And I would also like to call upon Dr. Podisi and other representatives from other SROs who are here. AFAS, CORAF, YPAD, as well as ASARECA. May I call all the representatives to come in front so that we can formalize. Please just stand here nicely. All right, thank you so much. At this point in time, I'm going to give an opportunity to the different executive directors representing various organizations to just say something about this whole event as they are going to go ahead and inaugurate us. I'm going to start with Dr. Yemi.
Thank you, Bridget. I think I should ask you guys to speak first. Yeah.
Director of Ceremonies, dear participants, those who are joining online and those who are here present, I'm going to take this privilege on behalf of our partners, our consortium members under the CADAP XP4 program. That is FARA, AFAS, CORAF, ASARECA, speaking as CADESA on behalf of the consortium, and of course, our wonderful partners that we continue to work with to mark this as a very important milestone as all our organizations acknowledge the importance of knowledge management. It has been a long journey, starting from the beginning, and we are going to continue developing. And we think this marks a very important milestone in terms of professionalizing and giving due recognition for this, for knowledge management as it should be. So at this juncture, it is our joint pleasure and my singular honor to take this by virtue of powers conferred to me by the consortium members to declare this community of practice duly inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Podisi. I now hand over to Dr. Yemi. Oh, he did it for everyone of us. Okay, thank you so much. So colleagues, we are happy that we are now officially a community of charter. May you please stand up and let's give ourselves a big round of applause for this monumental occasion. For the first time in Africa, we have one whole big community of practice on knowledge management for ag development. Thank you so much. And this has gone down in the history of Africa, and we are the pioneers of knowledge management for agriculture development. something that we'll always look back and say we were part of that great, monumental, and milestone occasion. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a wonderful moment. This excitement, gives us, encourages us for the future. I would say nothing can be said at this moment. Let us make a break for 15 minutes, refresh up, get some coffee and tea, and we continue in 15 minutes, which means 2 minutes before 11. With the presentation and discussion of the 10 challenges and the solutions we found. Altogether, we call these 10 challenges and solutions the Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Agenda. So this will be presented in 15 minutes. I hope to see you.
As you go for the snack break, the COVID-19 testing team are here. Now we've shared a link on the WhatsApp page. You are supposed to register. They will be here individually. I mean, there will be somebody who will be calling you one after the other to go and take your sample. So the sample will be taken here. But just relax. All you need to do is just to make sure you do the online registration and then select, I think, pay later. There's that option. So you just select that one, and you have a code. So that when you go, that's the code you give to them before. So just make sure whilst you are at snack, you do that. That is just for COVID-19. Yeah. Okay, so see you in 15 minutes. It's okay, we'll be back at 11 o'clock exactly. And 2, please share your notes with the lead rapporteurs. Just kindly share with them.
The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International.
In the last couple of decades, our continent has gone through different phases of what I describe as cyclical abiological shocks. And these shocks range from all sorts of climatic events that have overwhelmed our cropping systems, talking about famine, talking about flooding, talking about the lack of equipment to be able to conduct the right kind of research on the continent.
Southern Africa is one of the unfortunate regions in the world. This is a region where 70% or more of the people depend on agriculture for direct livelihoods, for food security, as well as for income. So when you have such a huge problem with climate change and the effects that it's having on production, it becomes a source of worry for the governments as well as the communities.
Food and nutrition security remain the key priority that African government have to tackle. There are currently studies that show that the demand for both fresh and processed food will keep rising to the extent that the total retail value of food product shall increase up to 400% between 2010 and 2030.
We had a meeting and we came up with the idea of having a Science for Agriculture consortium that will bring CORAF, Asareka for Eastern and Central Africa, and CARDESA from Southern Africa, together with FARA and AFAS to form one unique platform that will be advocating for resources, for research, development, and extension.
The 5 key output areas of the CADEP SB4 program are strengthened capacity of African regional and sub-regional agricultural research organizations to perform their individual mandates and to better work together, multi-stakeholder partnerships for innovation established and in operation, strengthened national policies, regional institutional arrangements, and market access, knowledge management and communication for decision support, sharing innovation and advocacy related to climate-relevant agricultural transformation, and effective planning, coordination, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and reporting.
Because the extension workers and advisory services are the frontline workers who interface with the farmers directly for innovations, new technologies, knowledge, information, and so on. That's where the biggest contribution can go into, so that they can effectively inform, interact with farmers, first of all to mitigate climate change, but also really to improve on their incomes, their management of soils, and of course livelihoods, and contributing to the overall GDP of their countries. That's the area to invest in.
The CADAP XP4 program offers a great opportunity and even a timely injection to the national partners to build capacities that allows the agricultural sector effectively contribute to the growth we all expect in the region.
We've received some support from the European Union through the International Fund for Agricultural Development. All these problems we've seen will be attended to through this project. And I would like to thank the European Union for this support that has been given to the region.
There is also the common saying that when you are many, you are stronger than when you are alone. So working together, it may slow down some of us, or some might think that they are being slowed down. But in the end, I believe that moving together takes us very far together. That's the other challenge that is being solved. I think this is a very unique opportunity to look inwardly and see how can we really organize ourselves so that the same way in the Koraf region, we use the region to push domestic agendas in the country. Here we are using a continental framework to push for development solutions within our different sub-regions.
We count on your usual support, and we hope, God willing, we will be able to have an African-financed, Africa-supported homegrown solutions. Thank you.
The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADAP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADAP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission.
Are you done? Okay. Hello? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes. So, Uma. Yes, Nita coffee. Nita is a I heard earlier that someone was coming. Okay. All right, then they should try and come quick. Thank you. I don't know how you handle your things. Whether he's writing his name and then you sign for, he put for and sign. So you put his name and then say for the EDR. Hello, please work. Let's get back. Time up, please. Let's get seated. And let's
Hello? Please, the admin team, can you help avoid us having people to come and queue here? Somebody should get individuals to come one after the other. Sami will not be able to do that. Sami, you shouldn't, somebody else should do that because Sami is doing something. Please, you should organize that. Sami, you go and sit down. Welcome back. Please, Kofi, kindly shut the door so that we can start this session. We are...
Let's give them 10 minutes because they will use 15 anyway.
Yes, because we have up to one to do all with the sound, the presentation with the sound. So if we give them 15 minutes, we will need about, the wrap-up will need a bit more of time. That's where the discussion will come in, so we can give them 15 minutes.
You're done. Okay. Okay, so you're welcome back from the snack break. We are getting into another very important session, and so we would like to thank our online participants for keeping in touch with us. I can still see Dr. Sarah Cummings. This is really a very important session, and I'm sure we will look for feedback from experiences, both in the room and online. This session is going to look at the various knowledge challenges that were identified within the 3 months period. As we are all maybe have been following, over the past 3 months, the 28 participants in the challenge have gone through rigorous processes of developing their national or organizational knowledge management strategies. They have developed their national policies. Now we have policy briefs that have been developed along 10 key identified agenda areas, which we call the challenges. And so the team were put into groups, 5 groups, and each group addressed 2 separate challenges or agenda items. So this session is this to inform policy direction. So we want to crave your indulgence to join us in this discussion. And at this point, we have 5 groups. They have their group leaders. I hope I have their presentations here. The group 1 looked at different things, group 2, group 3, group 4, and they had their group leaders. After their presentations, myself and Dr. Andres will now give the summary presentation of all the challenges that has been put together in a form of a framework or an agenda for knowledge management moving forward from here. So at this point, I want to invite Dorcas, your group. Is that Dorcas and Achu? Okay, so that's group 3 on fake news and okay. All right, so at this point, you are given a maximum of 15 minutes to present. If you are able to spend less, at least we can have some few minutes to discuss before the next one.
So my 15 minutes starts now. Okay. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity to stand before you. For our group, we were given 2 challenges to look at. We had knowledge management awareness and fake news and misinformation. And we were 5 in our group. Apparently, we won't have 3 people around. The 2 were not able to make it. So we are focusing on fake news and misinformation. You can see there's a cat coming out of the shell of the chicken. That's what we are trying to address. So that's fake, huh? It's not real. So those are the participants that are present during this. I can now stand anyway? Okay. So those are the participants that are present for this conference. There's Paul from Ghana, then myself in the middle, then there's Andrew Allen from Ethiopia. Apparently they had to make my tag to turn upside down. All right, so that is the outline of the presentation. So we all understand the importance of knowledge management. I think this one has been discussed. It can be emphasized further. So we are saying that in pushing the agenda for knowledge management in the agricultural sector, we identified several challenges. I still have my 15 minutes because you are disturbing. All right. So we are saying that in pushing the agenda for knowledge management in the agricultural sector, we were identified, there are so many challenges that probably the agricultural sector faces. So we find that there are issues of climate change, post-harvest losses, disease and pest outbreaks. So we really need to up our game in terms of managing the information in the agricultural sector. So the objective, we tried to come up with the objective for our policy brief. So basically we were trying to develop the policy brief in line with the 2 challenges that were identified, which is fake news and misinformation, and also a knowledge management awareness. And so why the lack of awareness about knowledge management in the agricultural sector? So we're made to believe that there is lack of understanding on the importance of knowledge management in most of our organizations. And then there's also a challenge of identification of actors. We were told that we have a lot of actors in the agricultural sector where knowledge management is concerned. We have the generators of the information, we have the extension that does the repackaging of the information, and we also have probably the media, even also the extension that also kind of disseminates that information. So there's a challenge in terms of who does what. The researchers who develop the information and they sit on it, they don't even give it to the extension so that they can further repackage that information into a kind of format that the various sectors can understand. And then we also understand that knowledge is viewed as a property. A colleague of ours yesterday made a comment that the professors actually feel good when they have a number of publications tagged to their name, but less is done in terms of trying to share that information. And then there's also the lack of the generators of the information are not quite sure of what the users of the information that they have developed on how they are going to use it. And then we also realize that knowledge management is not regarded as a priority in most organizations. I had to put the issue of resources in red because this was a hot issue yesterday. And even today, there was a discussion that we can actually use knowledge management to raise funds for our organization. So in terms of the actions that could be taken to try and address the issue of raising awareness on KM, we identified capacity building as one of the areas that could be looked at. Also establishment of community of practice and D groups, and I think we've done that today. And we've been having these meetings trying to share knowledge on what knowledge management is and how best we can advance that in our various organizations. Then there's also need to come up with funds so that we increase the visibility of knowledge management as a profession or as something that could be looked at in our various institutions. Then the other action could be rewarding the generators of the information who go a step further in sharing the information that they've developed on the various agricultural challenges that the sector is facing. The other thing would be to strengthen the key knowledge contributors, in that we give them the much needed resources to try and come up with the much needed solutions that farmers need to the problems that they are facing in the sector. Then we look at fake news and misinformation. We understand that the world is grappling with the fight against fake news. Fake news is everywhere, and the agricultural sector has not been spared. And we understand that when you look at fake news and misinformation, if the farmers receive fake news, it actually has a negative impact on food and nutritional security. And if you go in further, you find that some of the areas that you find a lot of misinformation, like in the agricultural sector, it's in areas of agricultural inputs. There we're talking about pesticides and seeds. Also the weather, because if farmers do not receive the predictable weather on whether it's going to rain, whether there's going to be a dry spell, that has a negative impact on the harvest. Then further, you find that there's a lot of fake news and misinformation in the agricultural sector because the people that are also playing a role in trying to disseminate information in the sector are not trained in agriculture. So you find that there are journalists who have little knowledge about agriculture, but they're reporting on it. You also find agro agents selling pesticides, and they have no agricultural background whatsoever. So it means that information that they tend to give out to the farmer is information that is not valid or incorrect in some way. So the remedy that we try to give to that is that there is need to actually train the journalists to try and understand the jargons in agriculture, because most of the times I'm a trained journalist by profession, but I have no agricultural background. It's through such forums that I was able to try and grasp the gist of what really agriculture is all about. Yeah, so those are some of the reasons also why there is so much misinformation in the agricultural sector. We understand there are issues of bureaucracies in the organizations that we work in. there is a director, there's a principal, director general, so that you find that before information is actually reached out or given out to the journalist, it has to pass through all those stages. And journalists work against deadline. So if you're not giving them the information that they need, they will try and find something to give out, to try and force you to give out the correct information. So there's also, the information is not readily available, it's not accessible because the researchers don't share. Then we have so many problems in the agricultural sector, and I think when the doctor that is looking at issues of food and nutrition, the one that was at FAR, she made a presentation, and we realized that there's a decline in the number of publications in Africa. So that also poses a lot of challenge in terms of information dissemination. So there's all this fake news and misinformation going on in the agricultural sector. So how do we get to differentiate or to decipher fake news from real news in the agricultural sector? So these are some of the issues that we can actually look at. We need to consider the source of that piece of information that we are looking at. We also need to look at different sources to authenticate that publication that we are trying to refer, so that we kind of get some kind of backing. Then if we have any fake news circulating, it's also good that we ask the experts to say, we have this kind of information circulating about this agricultural technology. What is your take? Can you please try and clarify on this area? So the goal basically was, for the two challenges that we looked at, the goal was basically to promote knowledge management at all levels in the institutions, in the nations that we are all coming from. And then it's also to increase the number of knowledge management practitioners. As you all know, Africa is quite big, but we are only 28 of us in here, so we have so much work to do in that area. And then also just to create this environment where we continuously learn on what really constitutes knowledge management. We are taught that there are a lot of ways that or styles that you can implement to try and give out the knowledge products and the knowledge services to the public out there. So we need to learn from each other and try and improve on that. Further, you cannot do everything alone. We are taught that knowledge management is everybody's responsibility. So we depend on the various partners to try and advance the call for knowledge management, and outlined there are some of the stakeholders that we feel we could work with in our various countries to try and advance the agenda of knowledge management in the agricultural sector. So thank you very much to all the sponsors. There's a disclaimer in the middle. Thank you for listening. Please don't ask any questions. Thank you.
So now what do we say again? Please, let's give her another round of applause. She has autocratically shut us up. Okay. Thank you. So you managed to stay within time. And please just jot your comments down. Online participants, please, you can jot your comments down. And then we would collectively discuss. We would like to take the next presenter. Let me see. On, I think we will take, let me take private sector. From Francis Nguru, private sector. No, that's not it. Oh. No, that's it. Okay. Do you already have you copied it?
Not yet. Still finalizing it.
Okay. Okay. So, oh, sorry. The next group, it appears we need to give Francis a little. Yours, is yours here? So, okay. Just put it not in a folder. I think I had your presentation. It should be with Malala. Yes, the one that, is she the one presenting or? Okay. So, Malala, please prepare. You will be the, after this, after Mark, you will be the next presenter. Yes, I'm just. It's group 3 that presented. So now I can choose to go up or down. Since we started from the middle. Because Malala is online, I don't want to take her unaware. So Malala will present after the next presenter. Malala's group is group 1. Group 2, are you ready? Okay. Just copy your presentation form. Or is it already in a drive? It's in a drive? Yes. Okay, then let me. Okay, so we have group 2. Victoria is going to present. You want to put it there? Which one? So we just copy. Okay. Okay, let's copy it. No, I want to. That's okay. All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm humbled to be before you once again. This time round, I'm presenting on behalf of my group. We are 5 team members, Muriel, Americo, Emmanuel, and Issa, who wasn't able to join us, but I guess he's online. And our topic was on knowledge partnerships, knowledge agenda, and infrastructure. So what we are presenting today, we are looking at knowledge partnerships as far as strengthening knowledge inclusion in Africa's agriculture is concerned. Okay, the slide only indicates the group members, which I already indicated. Our presentation will follow that outline. And in terms of giving a background to knowledge partnerships, we do realize the relevance of knowledge and the fact that it's recognized at a regional level. And we also note that a lot of knowledge has been created and disseminated. But we note that there is still a gap as far as agricultural productivity and growth is concerned. That's why we are still in this room trying to address some of these challenges which are recurring. And we also note that the knowledge is available, However, the implementation and its reach to the intended and the expected impact on hunger and food insecurity, food insecurity reduction, poverty alleviation, and environmental protection is not satisfactory. So we also note that agricultural technologies, innovations, and management practices are in plenty. Yesterday, when we were presenting here, we've developed quite a lot, you know, but we note that a good amount of this remains on the shelves, and we are still trying to get our way around on how do we get it on the shelves. It's become a recurring thing, you know. We note that the uptake and the utilization by the targeted users is minimal, and the question is why. We note that we have limited skills for communicating, disseminating, and transferring these technologies. The assumption is that is why they are still on the shelves. We can also attribute this to the distances traveled between the respective generators of knowledge, where the research institutions are the real users of these technologies. Maybe the distances are imaginable. Then we are also looking at the language and financial capacities. We've been talking of interpreting, you know. Maybe language is a determining factor to the challenges we are still facing. So the rationale, our rationale to having partnerships, knowledge partnerships, to address some of these challenges is to knowledge requires having the right structures, and this ties with governance-related issues, having the management practices right, and having the management instruments. And we note that knowledge partnerships for agricultural development actually have the potential to form these structures we are talking about. We also note that the agenda process, the structures or the partnerships form the agenda process with knowledge communities and innovation labs. And lastly, the knowledge agenda and the knowledge reports also form a baseline for management instruments, which are comparable to either knowledge management strategy and related monitoring and evaluation systems. So we think and note that if the knowledge partnerships are well managed, they'll give us a knowledge ecosystem which is based on a targeted, systematic, and integrated approach. We already have a continental framework. So if we are to actualize these partnerships, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to work with the already existing frameworks and fit within those, and this comes in handy. And so we looked at the vision and the goal, and our vision is to have a knowledge-based society which influences agricultural transformation if all the decisions are well informed and based on a knowledgeable basis. We believe that it will take us a step ahead. And our goal is to have agricultural actors contributing and collaborating to the global knowledge ecosystem. We think if we get that, then we shall finally have the Africa we want. The objectives is to establish advanced and inclusive knowledge and innovation ecosystems through a targeted, systematic, and integrated approach. The other objective is to accelerate agricultural productivity and employment opportunities along agricultural community value chains and related components. And lastly, we are looking at an inclusive knowledge partnership for agricultural development, established with structures, processes, and instruments to guide. So the key recommendations are embedded within the overall, which is having a knowledge partnership for agricultural development, and contributing components include knowledge processes, capacity development, knowledge hubs, financial arms for sustainability issues, then knowledge media productions, and knowledge parks. Under the knowledge partnerships, we are looking at having instruments. Sorry, Joe. Okay. Yeah, so we are looking at having frameworks, guidelines in form of instruments, and looking at processes, aligning them to the instruments and the structures. If we have those well set, it will contribute to having an inclusive ecosystem, which will allow for all stakeholders, not forgetting women and the youth, to contribute and benefit from the partnership. And in terms of processes, we are looking at improving the knowledge flows within the ecosystems in terms of technologies, the knowledge itself, and the innovations developed within the partnerships. And we note that adoption by all stakeholders involved in the partnership is critical for agricultural, business, learning alliance platforms. Capacity building cannot be overemphasized, really. It's been said, I cannot count the number of times it's been said from when we started. So we still put emphasis in when we're in partnerships, how do we build each other's capacity for continuity, you know? So we say these are critical critical knowledge management skills. It's critical that these management skills are developed, especially among primary stakeholders. So we start with the primary targets, and then spillover. We have a spillover effect as time goes on. We are looking at supporting each other, learning together, teaching each other, acquiring the knowledge, coaching, getting the skills, and ultimately getting the development and the change we badly need. Still within the knowledge partnerships, we are looking at establishing knowledge hubs at the various levels, and we hope these will be a driver to digitization of knowledge processes, and also support the key functions of the knowledge partnership, as well as providing integrated access to data, information, knowledge, you know, you name it. We are looking at the interoperability of this whole thing, and linking to existing hubs within the partnerships. It's true that all partners can't be at the same level. We have different strengths and weaknesses, and we build onto that. So the bit of not reinventing the wheel is quite critical. We are looking at communities of practice. They have emerged to be a critical component as far as knowledge management is concerned, and these can be aligned against key thematic areas where they facilitate continuous co-creation of knowledge, and finally leading to innovation hubs. The financial bit has come, you know, over and again. And we are looking at creative ways of developing, generating income within partnerships. And we think if we established an inclusive participation of public, private, partnerships as a commercial body where we add value to the knowledge products and services, it will contribute highly to sustainability of these establishments. And we're also looking at improving opportunities for increased employment, agribusiness development, profitability, and like I mentioned earlier, the sustainability bits. We think we think that if we have a one-stop center, for example, have a knowledge media production of sorts where all the production is done in-house. We shall, with services, including the development of the knowledge products and services, not limiting them to video, with the aim of capturing and disseminating indigenous as well as innovative agricultural techniques is key. We are also recommending development or establishment of technology parks. These could be physical spaces for development and dissemination of agricultural knowledge, experience sharing, among others. In conclusion, we are saying that knowledge partnership are viable and practical vehicles towards achieving agricultural development if well nurtured, well nurtured. And I think that builds onto the charter which has just been inaugurated. How do we have these partnerships formal and binding to show commitments, you know, such that we don't just have something and abandon it. It's also critical to form a strong knowledge ecosystem in which we all together can achieve more. You know, when you join a partnership, you don't leave as you came. You gain something, but you also contribute something. Yeah, and we are closing this off by saying that if you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, it's critical that we move together. I thank you so much.
If you want to go fast, you go alone. And if you want to go far, you go together. Okay, thank you very much. Please keep your comments. We invite the next, we'll invite Malala for group 1. Malala, please, are you with us?
Let's share my screen now.
Okay. Will you present in French?
Yes.
All right, so that
French.
the Anglophone people can get ready. Okay,
bon,
so you have 15 minutes.
Oui, merci. Merci, Benji. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je suis Malala, donc je représente nous sommes donc le groupe numéro 1 dans cette promotion de... Nous sommes donc le groupe numéro 1 dans cette promotion de gestion de connaissances pour l'agriculture, pour le développement, pour cette année 2021. Donc, je suis le chef de groupe. Cet groupe réunit les francophones de cette promotion. D'où ici, je tiens à remercier l'organisateur d'intégrer les francophones dans cet événement concernant les gestions de connaissances. Car durant toute la formation, durant ces 3 mois, environ 3 mois et plus, et par rapport aux recherches que nous avons effectuées durant ces 3 mois, nous avons constaté que les données, les documents et les événements qui concernent la gestion de connaissances sont en majorité en anglais. Ce fut une grande opportunité et une honneur d'être parmi vous et parmi toutes le monde des experts du gestion de connaissances. Donc, nous sommes prêtes à annoncer la gestion de connaissances dans les domaines où les cadres où nous sommes respectivement, surtout dans le but de développement agricole en Afrique. Sans plus tarder, donc, permettez-moi d'abord de présenter mes collègues du groupe numéro 1. Je demande à vous qui sont sur place et qui sont présents à Accra de vous lever. Dans notre groupe, il y a 2 Eric. Premièrement, il y a Eric Navaruganda du Burundi. Et deuxièmement, il y a Eric Nunda du DRC, République démocratique du Congo. Il y a aussi Malik du Sénégal, Bondugu du Mali, Inès du Bénin et Sename du Togo, et aussi Samuel du Burkina Faso. Et dernièrement, il y a moi-même qui est présent en ligne, Malala, et je viens de Madagascar. Je vous remercie, les membres du groupe. Vous pouvez vous asseoir. Des challenges pour cette gestion de connaissances pour le développement agricole. Mais pour nous, du groupe 1, notre travail s'est focalisé sur le challenge numéro 5, qui est le Centre national des connaissances et la digitalisation, le Knowledge Hub, et le challenge numéro 6, qui est le processus de connaissances avancées ou le Advanced Knowledge Processes. Le problème rencontré dans le passé est que la plupart des connaissances générées dans les centres de connaissances ou les centres de recherche n'atteignent pas le terrain où elles sont nécessaires et ne peuvent pas être correctement valorisées par les producteurs malgré pour de nombreuses raisons. Par exemple, la rétention des informations via les chercheurs ou les intermédiaires, ou encore la distorsion ou difficulté de communication tout au long de la chaîne, comme l'alphabétisation ou les contraintes de distance ou encore le manque des ressources. Si après donc le contexte général par rapport aux 2 challenges, les 2 challenges que j'ai mentionnés tout à l'heure, nous avons élaboré le contexte suivant. Pour les centres nationaux de connaissances, donc, selon les contextes qu'on a observés, il y a un manque de communication et de diffusion et d'application des connaissances. Il y a aussi une faible niveau de capitalisation des expériences de connaissances, c'est-à-dire un manque de captation et de partage. Il y a aussi un manque de plateforme informatique pour le partage des informations et les connaissances, tant que locales ou nationales ou régionales. Il y a aussi la limitation de l'accès à la connaissance et à l'information, à la fois sur le canal numérique et par l'utilisation des réseaux et des communautés de connaissances. Par contre, pour le knowledge processus, ou le processus des connaissances, il y a un manque d'adoption des nouvelles technologies au niveau sectoriel. On a aussi constaté que les informations et les contrôles de qualité sont inappropriés. Il y a un manque de contrôle de qualité, donc. Et dernièrement, la plupart des connaissances générées dans les centres de recherche n'atteignent pas le terrain où elles sont nécessaires et ne peuvent pas être correctement valorisées par les producteurs. Ainsi donc, la politique que nous avons pu élaborer par rapport au challenge numéro 5, c'est-à-dire le Centre national de connaissances, se présente donc comme suit. Premièrement, il faut multiplier et élargir les centres nationaux de connaissances à travers tous les continents, tout le continent africain, c'est-à-dire mettre en place, par exemple, un central de données ou pôle central continental qui est assez solide pour la coordination des connaissances agricoles en Afrique et ainsi à travers tous les pays africains. Donc, deuxièmement, il faut bien définir et développer un outil de mesure comme les graphes de connaissances pour les applications d'intelligence artificielle et évidemment promouvoir les coopérations régionales et internationales donc à travers ces mises en place d'outils. Il faut aussi digitaliser les processus de gestion de connaissances agricoles sur le hub, c'est-à-dire que le processus de connaissances dans le cadre de l'agriculture, comme la diffusion d'informations ou les services de vulgarisation, doit être autant que possible numérisé ou sur les knowledge hubs pour que toutes les connaissances pertinentes soient accessibles, faciles à trouver et réutilisables aux utilisateurs finaux. Maintenant, pour le challenge numéro 5, numéro 6, c'est-à-dire le processus de connaissance avancée ou l'Advanced Knowledge Processes. Nous avons aussi dégagé les points saillants suivants. Premièrement, on doit mettre en place des mécanismes de capture de savoirs locaux, c'est-à-dire mettre en place une stratégie, élaborer une stratégie ou une action bien coordonnée afin d'effectuer une capture de connaissances traditionnelles ou indigènes et les savoirs locaux bien établis et ordonnés. Il faut aussi impliquer les gestions de connaissances dans les objectifs individuels entrepreneuriales, c'est-à-dire travailler sur les changements de mentalité afin que les gens apprécient les connaissances disponibles et qu'ils les utilisent. Il faut aussi définir des plans de transfert de connaissances et élaborer des indicateurs pour la diffusion des connaissances. Et dernièrement, de la technologie en agriculture. Cela veut dire qu'un processus régional et stratégique devrait être mis en place pour accélérer l'adoption de la technologie sur les marchés locaux, régionaux et internationaux. Ainsi donc, pour conclure notre intervention du groupe 1, pour conclure, la gestion des connaissances peut effectivement contribuer à la promotion du développement agricole. Par conséquent, il est également temps pour l'agriculture africaine de promouvoir la gestion des connaissances afin d'améliorer le secteur agricole qui est parmi les piliers du développement du continent africain. La majorité de la population, nous le savons bien, réside dans les zones rurales. Ainsi, nous tous avons un rôle à jouer dans l'amélioration de la visibilité de la gestion des connaissances. Pour y parvenir, donc, nous avons relevé quelques recommandations, notamment pour les processus de gestion de connaissances et les centres de connaissances. Donc, notre première recommandation, c'est de capitaliser et diffuser les connaissances aux techniques agricoles pour être plus efficace et efficient dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Notre deuxième recommandation, c'est beaucoup de ressources et de bases de données sur les connaissances sont déjà disponibles en tant que sur Internet ou dans les centres de recherche ou en offline. Il faut en profiter et effectuer des recherches selon les besoins des producteurs et agriculteurs et tant récupérer, traduire quand il le faut et aussi valoriser, c'est-à-dire diffuser, rediffuser ou rediffuser encore et rediffuser toujours, toujours rediffuser donc. Et notre dernière recommandation, c'est plus l'enjeu entre la gestion de connaissances et le développement agricole est grand, plus le secteur public doit jouer un rôle important dans l'incitation et la création d'un environnement favorable à la production et à l'utilisation des connaissances dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Ici, donc, s'achève notre intervention. Je remercie de votre patience, d'avoir nous écouté jusqu'à la fin. Merci beaucoup à l'assistance et merci beaucoup.
Policy brief, the organizational knowledge management professionalization, African agriculture wins. So just for a quick background, we've noticed that in the knowledge society of today, most of the organizations intervening in the sector of agriculture lack human, financial, and technical know-how as far as knowledge management is concerned. And we've also, it's kind of rampant that institutional KM professionalization is still hindered due to issues such as KM prioritization, knowledge security standards, unwillingness of experts actually to share their knowledge and much more. So actually it's interesting that this policy brief comes on time because it's going to contribute creating a knowledge environment in institutional level, at organizational level, which will definitely contribute in enhancing organizational performance and effectiveness. So we've identified in the course of this experience, this exercise, that professionalizing KM at organizational level would really be beneficial in the agricultural sector in the sense that there will be easy access of knowledge to knowledge, which will accelerate development. This knowledge will literally be at a lower or no cost. And it will be also interesting to tap into indigenous knowledge because leveraging on that could also contribute in breaking the chain of poverty. And with an effort-based coordination to target, systematize, and integrate KM, this will effectively contribute in a way in uplifting agricultural development in Africa. Oh, is it closed? All right. So, going straight into the point now, we identified a couple of elements that we consider as enabling environment for KM professionalization to be established and promoted within at organizational level. The first one is that there's a need to really promote KM standards, that is, inside organizations to get certified with the ISO 330-401, or it could also help them prepare themselves adequately to this certification KM standard. The second point is the development of educational programs with a common core of knowledge management, because with this approach, it would really help in constructing the knowledge, having the knowledge embodied, and as well is dissemination of that knowledge. The third enabling environment factor that we identified was establishing a KM job profile with wide recognition, as this will give more visibility to knowledge management and get more people on board in this field, which is still new in the African context. The fourth enabling environment factor is the installment of strong KM promotion institution, as this will popularize KM, give it more awareness, and bring in more people as well in this exercise that we want to see run through as we go along in Africa. The fifth point is the fact that it will be incremental to organize regular events, conferences on KM, because it will create as well another space for practitioners in KM to gather, to share, to participate, to collaborate discuss issues that are kind of relevant or advancing KM within the sector of agriculture. The third point is enhancing KM reviews and assist visits, as this will contribute in creating a certain quality assurance of the KM products that will be put up front for people to benefit. And we will also create secondment opportunities at institutional level. The seventh point is fostering agricultural knowledge ecosystem and a knowledge agenda. This will really contribute in enhancing a systematic knowledge flow of information within all the stakeholders engaged in the agricultural sector. The eighth point is the establishment of a K4D competence centers, as we see this as being the master house of where all the knowledge in the agricultural sector will be gathered, will be generated, will be shared, will be accessible, will be curated, and also will be at the reach of the last miles. The ninth point is the promotion of KM4D framework and awards program. The 10th point is the creation of communities or KM societies. The 11th point is the promotion of sustainable KM audits, because here it will be important to really understand what are the knowledge gaps that still needs to be addressed, what have been done so far as KM is concerned, and where can we tap into in order to really advance KM within the agricultural sector. Now, going straight into the success factors, the first success factors that we identified in this exercise was that there should be continuous and ceaseless awareness, raising and promotion of KM. The second success factor is regular development of capacities. The third success factor is institutionalization of KM. The fourth success factor is the creation, running of in-country professional associations. The fifth success factor is permanent conducting of periodic tests and spot checks. And the last one as well is leveraging on donors, in the sense that maybe donors could put it as a metrics or an indicator for institutions to have a functional KM strategy for them to benefit specific fundings. Just an example. Now, looking at proven cases, I think we've get to know a lot about organizations that have already established KM in institutional level and which is kind of functional. We have our respective SROs that are here. They already have KM strategies that are already operational within the organization. We also have the UNESCO, who is a pioneer in knowledge society. And we also have much more bigger entities like the IFI, the European Commission, the Asian Development Bank, or any other multilateral development bank. So these are more or less the major points as far as the first policy brief we worked on is concerned. So I'm going to take you through now the second policy brief that we worked on. And this is more regarding the KM competence centers. So we titled our policy brief as Redeem Knowledge Management Competence Centers for Better Performance. Going straight away into this, we kind of identified that actually this issue of KM competence centers or learning centers are missing in Africa. And why are they missing actually? The first one that we think is a reason, is a rationale, is the fact that there is a lack of research evidence in KM for AR4D in Africa. Maybe lack could be too much, but let's say there isn't sufficient research evidence in KM. The second reason is the fact that there are lack of professional courses in universities for KM, and it's a true fact because we can count till date the number of institutions that provides courses, master courses or PhD courses as in KM at university level. The third point is that we have capacity, knowledge capacity, skill gap, and lack of KM experts. For the best of my knowledge, I think in Africa as a whole, most of the KM practitioners are from the eastern side of the region. So in the west, it's still growing. And I think it will be interesting that it popularizes them more so that all regions should benefit from this. Yeah, so as the doctor said, in South Africa, they're quite advanced. Thank you, doctor. So for the fourth point is that there is knowledge recognition and demonstration. The fifth point we identified is the scantiness or the fact that there is no documentation of knowledge, righteous knowledge. The sixth point here, we have the lack of policy frameworks for enabling environment for knowledge management. The seventh reason is that there is lack of experts to scale up the centers in the event they exist and they are operational. The eighth point is limited resources, no collaboration. And the ninth point is limited management of intellectual capital. So, looking straight away into this issue of KM competence centers, what are the key tenets of this thing we are talking about, knowledge competence centers? So, from our own point of view, there are several things that needs to be considered in this prospect. The first one is that knowledge management competence centers is not a one-person issue. You know, it brings on board several collaborators, and partnerships that needs to be led by specific coordinator who could be assigned by a whole or by an individual. These knowledge competence centers we are talking about needs highly skilled manpower to run the activities in case they want to be independent. It also requires it to be close where the knowledge gap is. The contents that are supposed to be made available within these competence centers should be standardized and packaged appropriately so that it can be easily captured by the beneficiaries. These same knowledge competence centers should have multidisciplinary teams. It should allow interaction between different categories of people, and we think it should be based in a university of research institution with quality control and existing functional mechanism. So, how can this be established? This is where things becomes interesting. So we kind of identified, brought forward a couple of recommendations or actions to be taken. We go right there. The first one being that we first of all need to identify skills and competence gap more efficiently. The second action that needs to be taken is that digital competence needs to be embodied in organizational strategies. The third action to undertake here is that there should be a recruitment and selection of new staff. The recruitment and selection of new staff should be made more efficiently to run these KM competence centers. The fourth point is that performance evaluation needs to be made more effectively, and there should be a robust M&E framework within the KM competence center. The fifth point is that we need to provide more customized training, professional development, and continuous learning. The sixth point here is that there should be adequate fundings for needed infrastructures, because we can't have an infrastructure that is one size fits all. So this changes based on where this KM competence needs to be established. The seventh point is that we need to integrate KM systems into to influence policy. The eighth point we identified is, we suggest actually, is that the competence should respond to the specific needs, should be also demand-driven towards the job market. The ninth point is that political leadership within this KM, political leadership will help to anchor better KM at public level. The 10th point is we need to mainstream KM competence centers into existing libraries, because libraries as well is already a house of knowledge, you know. The 11th point is that we need to promote cross-sectorial dialogue. The next is we need to focus on a particular domain of expertise at a time. And the last one is that we need to provide strong processes to communicate activities and disseminate knowledge efficiently. So to summarize all of this is just to say that at our own level, we think that KM professionalization and KM probably take some time for it to.
Or you can talk from the screen here.
Is it online? Do I need the mic? Hello, hello. Yeah, can I continue? Okay, thank you. Just some slight IT issues. So I was actually rounding up. So I was saying that for us, we think KM professionalization at institutional level work hand in glove as well with the establishment of KM competence centers, because organizations in the African context engaged in the field do a lot of stuff out there, but unfortunately it seems the work they undertake is not really given visibility, or that might not have that competence to really know how to capture and, better promote their activities on the ground. So professionalizing KM and bringing it, mainstreaming it in organizations will be an add-on to the institution, because it will enhance better performance and effectiveness on the ground. And knowledge management, as I said earlier, is for us the master house of knowledge. And for agriculture to develop the way we want it to be, we need such a house to be established, because it will be able to not only bring in one space all the knowledge that is being shared or generated out there, but it will also give the opportunities to each and every one, be it an individual or the organization, to have access to that knowledge, to learn from the knowledge that is available in that kind of space, and also contribute in promoting and sharing out that knowledge out there. So thank you very much, and I once more want to thank my teammates for this work that we did together. Very stressful, but of course very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And well done, group 4.
Group 4, yeah.
Yes, well done. Yes, so all that we are hearing, maybe and for the purpose of participants online, these are largely policy recommendations based on the 3 months work that has been done. And so each group is talking about 2 different themes. And like we said, we will make a summary presentation of all this so that you will have the overarching picture. So at this point, we would want to invite Francis Nguru to make his presentation. And you have 15 minutes, starting from now. So you can start talking whilst he fixes the technical. Please, anyone who hasn't done the test, the COVID test, just, you can see the team just here. They're just winding up. We want to be sure everybody has been attended to.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Francis Nguru, and I'll be making a presentation on behalf of Group 5. It comprises of Obed, at least he can wave, Charles, Eric, who is online, and Vida. Next. So our group was tasked to bring out the challenges that most NAS face when it comes to knowledge inclusion. But one thing we realized on the set-go is that we didn't have even a definition of knowledge inclusion, especially in agricultural development. And so we decided to kind of attempt in defining this knowledge inclusion in agricultural development as the practice of ensuring that the process of knowledge creation and dissemination is shared across all interactive members, whether directly or indirectly, to create value, acceptance, and understanding for its targeted user. So knowledge inclusion agitates for leaving no one behind in creating and dissemination of the knowledge products and services. And so from this definition, it's what we based our framework of when we are looking at the challenges of knowledge inclusion. And from the previous groups that we have had present here, knowledge inclusion has come up in almost all the challenges that we have had. And so even as we are discussing it as an entity by itself with adoption of business models, you'll see also kind of the same issues also being shared among these same policy briefs. And so we were looking at now the challenges that come when knowledge inclusion in adoption, in the challenges of knowledge inclusion and of course business model adoptions. We have lack of clear mapping of the knowledge management ecosystem. We have language barriers when it comes to delivery of information, especially from researchers to the last mile. Negative attitude towards the availability of knowledge and information by farmers. For instance, when they have been given information and they realize this is not working out, so the next time you bring a new information, they don't trust that information. Duplication of data collected by the NAS and government, and this is especially with the fragmentation of most NAS systems that have so many departments that still want the same data, but yet they're doing their own research. So it becomes such a duplication, and yet, which is a waste of time and even resources. So also there are weak links between researchers, extension workers, and NAS. And this also creates a problem in terms of bringing in inclusion within also the NAS. Poor infrastructure in certain areas, whether it becomes roads, whether it is internet access, this infrastructure when not in place hinder knowledge inclusion. And inadequate tools necessary to efficiently conduct research and trainings. Lack of advanced training on use of modern data collecting tools or devices. Biasness of targeted groups for knowledge intervention. Then we have the limited knowledge management resource, low levels of motivation of knowledge management experts. This also comes from also the previous point of, since there's limited resource, it's hard to motivate knowledge management experts to actually do the work that is necessary. And so there's also the donor dependency among many African research systems, low adoption rate to the new technology products, lack of access to useful knowledge that is already available within the continent. And so there's no goodwill in sharing knowledge. This is also from within NAS, also from external sources of knowledge. I hope I'm not talking too fast for the interpreter. All right. So when we were developing the policy brief, we were looking at four key players, and those was from the farmers, the consumer themselves, the private sector, and the affiliated government and non-governmental institutions or organizations. And it's interesting why we put on this. So on the consumer side, we want to understand, of course, there'll be the opportunity for them is to understand the products and services that they use and those available in the market. Of course, this brings competition among the produce that they have access to. And also, and in that, it will increase production and demand from the produce that the farmers bring. So consumer awareness is presented, and understanding product process to overcome consumption of dangerous products. And so for this also brings in the level of biosafety when it comes to the production of food by either by farmers or even processors from the private sector. So within the private sector, we are looking at understanding the available trade opportunities, export, and of course, there's also export and import opportunities, engaging in extension services as a business using demand-driven extension for those who benefit. So, so this is looking at a kind of a private-public partnership in terms of even for the knowledge creation and dissemination in that they bring out a value of profit and productivity that may not necessarily have been there if it was just between NAS and the farmer. Oh, wow, 5 minutes, okay. And so for the affiliate governments, proper planning for farmers and the general public, policy formulation, like taxes, consumer protection, presentation of data for decision making. So we'll go directly to the policy recommendations. We're talking about to develop a knowledge inclusion framework and focal points in public bodies and community of practices. And this is a role that we believe that the NAS have an opportunity in actually pushing this in terms of these partnerships to develop these frameworks. And we can't, and for this policy, we can't stress the importance of it, so that when we are seated at the table, the private sector need to be there, a consumer representative needs to be there, farmer representatives needs to be there, all the people who are affected needs to be there, so that this framework needs to be developed in order to include all these players. Identify and promote technologies helping disadvantaged people to access the knowledge, and this is by creation of knowledge hubs for access and training of knowledge products and information even in the rural areas. I believe that point has actually been even repeated. Package information in a way that is easily adopted by the target audience. This may include simplifying translating the available information into local languages. Continued professional development for knowledge managers, researchers, and NAS. Another one is strengthening dynamic business models and identifying new business opportunities. For organizations to continue to have a competitive advantage based on their business models, they must consider the need for extension and revision, and if necessary, the termination of the business models that they currently have. Organizations will need to engage in the knowledge management to leverage on knowledge both within their organizations and externally to their shareholders and customers in developing effective business models. So this is an opportunity for them to look at the business model and see if it is actually effective. So, and of course, the opportunities for this is in terms of strengthening business foundations and increasing revenue, shared transfer of knowledge and best practices, and foster communication and innovation. I'm seeing, so I'll go to the next one. So this is an establishing a public-private partnership company to drive innovation. This is this is in terms of to adequate collaboration partnership, all stakeholders have their own roles and responsibilities to add value and reduce cost in the process of knowledge creation. And this can create trade-offs between initiatives and stakeholders on which competition can be channeled. NAS also should facilitate this collaboration by creating a company that will effectively create an environment where these the public-private partnerships or multi-stakeholder partnership can thrive. And so the third point, creation of a knowledge development fund, and this is based on the challenges where knowledge managers have lack of resources. And so when they are creating these business models, they need to create a fund where they can be able to pool these funds and be able to distribute to the knowledge management, the knowledge managers in order to be efficient in their roles within NAS. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Francis. Please, let's give a round of applause to all the groups. This is this as a result of a lot of work that has gone on for the past 3 months. And so all these policy recommendations has arisen out of a number of webinars, a number of engagements at the organizational level, the country level. And so you can imagine that there are a lot more people out there who are associated with these concerns that have been put forward. So before we open up for discussion, maybe I'll invite Dr. Andres to take us through all this that has been said in those the 10 key identified areas, just to summarize it for us, and so that we can open up. Yes, we can open up for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. And thank you, all who have worked during the last weeks and months on these 10 challenges. I remember very well when we sat together online. It was almost a historical meeting, wow. And we spent hours in brainstorming, in reflecting, what are the challenges. So we made more than even a brainstorming. We put together everything that we thought challenges us. And then we succeeded to cluster that into the 10 challenges, which then have been put into the 5 groups which have been presented here. That was not easy because these challenges are very complex and they are very much interconnected with each other. And there is no way that we master one challenge without the others. And I even found some comments, like for instance of Christian, how can you do that in a decentralized situation? How do we reach the last mile? Okay, so we have those concepts for reaching out to the last mile. We have the concepts of awareness, infrastructures, inclusion, etc. And it shows that all of them need to be mastered together. However, how shall we orchestrate these 10 challenges to work together? Each of them is complex. Just take the matter of knowledge inclusion. It's an incredibly big topic because finally any kind of exclusion is substantially rooted in knowledge exclusion. And when we consider that equal opportunities and inclusion is one of the key topics of society, we can imagine how important knowledge inclusion is. This is only one topic and we have 10. So how shall we orchestrate all of that? And due to the help of Samuel, we could visualize a graph, which you can see here, which has also the colors like the SDGs, but we have put the knowledge partnerships not as the last one, like in the SDGs, but we put it in the center. When I look at the 7 SDGs, you know them very well. The last one is the partnerships. So that is the last one what you think of maybe. But we see that differently. We say it's the core, because without coordination and collaboration, we will not achieve any of the goals. However, it's not about first or last, it's about coordination. So in our knowledge management for agricultural development agenda, which we have developed together, we provide to the decision makers, to the organizations, the political decision makers, the organizations, and of course to any citizen, this guidance to transform into a knowledge-based agriculture. When you have listened to the policy briefs and recommendations, even the speakers have realized that there are overlaps. You are proposing things that already have been proposed by others, and that is good. It shows that there are these linkages. In this concept of the 10 key actions, we have somehow, I wouldn't say eliminated, but cleaned up a little bit. And now each of these 10 actions on the agenda have 3 actionable recommendations. That does not at all overrule what has been presented by the groups, but it's presented in a maybe more consistent way. That is also easier to communicate with political decision makers or others that have not joined the challenge. Altogether, I think that this is a very nice and practicable and well-prepared program. We, first of all, called it work packages, but I think that the terminology knowledge management for agricultural development agenda really hits the nail. And this is what we want to sign as a declaration today. And can you imagine what we have produced? We have not only produced 28 knowledge management strategies, 28 statements to our global knowledge for development agenda, but we have even developed an agenda that can guide African agriculture. And you know what that means? That means about 60 to 80% of African population, to guide this into a knowledge society. So it's a fantastic and really, really very important output, and I can only gratulate you all for this achievement. Let's give it an applause. So I will go down a bit more. You see, we have detailed the 10 work packages, and each of them has 3 key actions, and they are formulated in a way that it should be, I wouldn't say easily, because none of this is very easy, but at least it is understandable and clear how to move forward, how to set the next steps. And all of this has been mentioned already, so reading this again would almost be a repetition, but forming the partnership, co-creating the agenda, and fostering communities of practice and innovation labs, this has been mentioned by Victoria. It's put together as the 3 spearhead activities, as to say. And when it comes to knowledge inclusion, We have the framework with focal points, the technologies to help disabled or disadvantaged people, and the trainings to public and private bodies as spearhead activities. So this does not overrule other activities that have been proposed, but it should be something that stands out and should be, let's say, very tangible and impactful. What we may have discussed a bit later was the knowledge talks of the leaders. And really, we said we need to identify the leaders, the personalities all over Africa that promote knowledge management and knowledge societies. We have heard from Botswana, from Ghana, from Rwanda and other countries where the presidents themselves stated very clearly and explicitly that their countries should transform into a knowledge society, the economies into a knowledge economy. And I would really like to see more leaders publicly speaking about knowledge societies. I would like to see the directors of the organizations to speak in the public, in the media, in mass media, but also social media, about knowledge management and the relevance of our program. And when we go through all these activities, you may find what has, to a large extent, at least explicitly, what has been presented in the last hours. But we have really tried to condense it. So the national knowledge hubs in the countries have been put here, and the digitalization with the knowledge graph. Sorry. Okay, I cannot put everything here. Okay, but number 6 is missing. Yeah, it's up there, but as soon as I go there, it jumps. So, processes, now we have it. So we have the processes, the academic centers, business models, fake news, and infrastructures. By the way, Krishan, here is the decentralized... yeah. I was just moving. There is agri-centers, upgrade agricultural centers that are existing in each African country, decentralized, upgrade them as knowledge villages to reach out. And there are even more libraries existing. So the libraries are the big, there is a big mass of libraries available in villages which are maybe not really used effectively enough. Upgrade them to knowledge spaces. And it's always important to create a program there, not only to have a space and then leave it alone. If you don't have a program, no activities provided there, the infrastructures alone are dying. So these are the 10 key recommendations with each 3 key actions. And I would like to ask you all to promote this in your countries, to share it wherever possible, to use this agenda as the spearhead communication instruments in our fora. Because I think it's really representative. It's a fantastic output of our work. We have worked on that for 3 months, and it's really practical, relevant, and applicable. So let's use that and move forward in the implementation. I could envision that each of the 10 can be subject to a subgroup in our community so that we continue working on these topics. And we include additional people. So that is the overview and the presentation of the Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development agenda. I invite online participants to comment, and of course, even the group which is assembled here. But this group knows it already to the largest extent. Maybe not our guests that are here, but I hope it is understandable to you. World vision, I hope that, for you it's the first time to see this. Yeah, so I hope that it's clear. If you have any comments or questions, you're welcome to contribute. International or virtual participants, can you have a look if there are any questions? Okay. Benjamin will help me to find questions.
So,
yeah.
apart from the comments, we have 3 people whose hands are up online.
Very good.
I don't know whether I should read the comments or you read on your side. We have.
I think that these are comments mainly. But let's give the word to the 3 participants who have raised their hands.
Somebody is asking for the participant list.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would. Then
4 participants have raised their hand.
Okay. Yes, so please, shall we allow them?
Yes.
1 minute each. So you can allow them one after the other. Online participants, we are coming to you. I can also see Sarah's typing. Okay. Who is speaking? Hi, Christian.
Oh, hi.
Okay, it's
ahead
a great pleasure having you.
Yeah.
Christian is one of the pioneers of knowledge management in Africa. So please go ahead.
Ben. Right. Well, let me just say, if you could hear me clap my hands all the way from Mauritius, that would have been excellent, because I have to congratulate all the participants and with the presentations. There is an old model that we used to refer to as it's still referred to as the KM maturity model for organizations. And I think if you all individually sat down with this matrix of the KM maturity model and think about where you were 3 months ago and where you are today, you will realize how much you have progressed in the field of KM. And I have to say, I'm really excited to see that this community that you've created, if we consider ourselves as a sample of the organization of the CADEP XP4 institutions and organizations, you have really achieved a lot. What I would like to add to this is that, the development of the KM strategies, as you've all said, is not an end in itself. We have to get to it. But very often people see it as, oh, you just developed a strategy. Have you done it? Yes, thank you very much. And then it goes in a drawer or it goes on a shelf. So we have to, and very often, when you look at the presentations, they're very comprehensive presentations. Some people might find out that's a lot you're asking for, but I would say do not discourage. Look for the milestones and keep doing and keep achieving those milestones that you've described in terms of your KM strategies. From the African perspective, there used to be the International Association of Agricultural Information Specialists, IALD, that we are trying to bring out the Africa chapter in the form of the African Association for Information and Technologies in Agriculture as an association of the professionals in this area. And I can say that we will try to engage with all of you as well as bring some of the other colleagues. There's a clear potential here for competition and co-petition. We need to continue this idea of collaboration and collaboration to challenge each other, to get the best out of ourselves. And the final word is to say that Andres mentioned these villages, and I was just thinking there's an FAO initiative at the moment called the Pilot Digital Villages in Africa, where there's a seminar, there's a webinar on December 15. Again, it goes back to, let's embed ourselves into the initiatives that are going on in Africa so that we can influence the outcomes of these initiatives. So as I think the lady from Zambia, I remember, Dorcas said, we are not here to reinvent the wheel. We're here to make the wheels spin faster. So let's look at the initiatives that we can join and help improve our own situation. Thank you very much, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you very much, Krishan. And again, an applause to all of you. Receiving this positive feedback from Krishan, that is something very valuable. So I take specifically from your message, Krishan, to connect with other existing international communities of practice in the information society, with the villages, and any other national, continental, or international community. This, for sure, is one of the key tasks that we should also anchor in our knowledge management community of practice, which we have established. One of those international communities, of course, is the KM4Dev community and K4DP. And let's give Sarah Cummings the word to comment.
So thank you very much, Andreas. It's great to have the opportunity just to say a few words and also to follow Krishan, who I know well from my days working in cooperation with CTA. I just wanted to say I've been really, really impressed by all the presentations. I also couldn't keep up with the richness of all of them. So I hope that you're going to share the presentations afterwards, because I'd like to go through them again. It would be great if KM4Dev, an existing community, could also communicate to cooperate with all the work you've been doing. So do share with them too. And maybe I could just mention Charles Dawer of Knowledge Transfer Africa in Zimbabwe, because I think he would be who's also a previous winner of the Knowledge Management Award that you're going to be talking about this afternoon. So it would be good also, I think, to link up with him. But thank you so much. I've been really impressed with what I'm hearing, and it shows how hard you've all worked. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Sarah, for these roses and for the comments. Charles has already been a speaker and of our community of practice. By the way, I invited him and all other award winners to join our Knowledge Management Award ceremony, so I hope he will show up in the afternoon. We have Bongani as a next commenter, speaker. Bongani, are you with us?
Yes, Doc, I'm here. I've already drafted my comment on the comment box, but basically it was just words of appreciation to the KM agenda. It's well elaborated, and the artwork is very good, on point. Maybe my addition would be just to add a video on it so that it can be used as a promotional tool via our YouTube and all the media channels. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bongani. And again, thank you for all your contributions. We miss you here and salute you as a team member. We have other persons to speak. I don't know. One more. Two more. There is Wole Folayan and Dean Molozi, my dear friend from Zambia. Wole Folayan, would you like to speak?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
We cannot hear you, Wole.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can hear you, not very loud, but we can try.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. I want to join my voice to say kudos to all the effort of those who did that great job, the graduates and all the facilitators and all those who put those wonderful presentations together. Most of, like Dr. Andres rightly said, most of the submissions are really interwoven, and where one group seems to be missing, the other group really complicate. Buttresses and they complemented it. I won't say much. Let me just correct and add to the voice of the first group that presented. The woman that led them talked about a misconception about the role of journalists and in scouting for news. Yes, journalists may be given that target to meet up for their bid, but it is a wrong practice. It is out of ethics for journalists to not really to get to the root of a news before you go and publish. There are development, a news that is really still developing. So a journalist will put it out, or the editor will put it out that this news is still unfolding, is developing. That does not mean it should be taken as being concluded. So what I'm saying is that the role of journalists in scouting for information is because there are those who the first thing, there are journalists who are in different beats, like department in other sectors, they call it beats. So agricultural journalists are in that agri space. There are people who are knowledgeable about agri. And so you hardly see anybody who is not knowledgeable in that space to be reposed in agri. So in that area, it's a misconception. Number two is that if she talked about bureaucracy, that some journalists don't understand the bureaucracy. There's no journalist who is working with government organization or a corporate organization that will not know about bureaucracy. That respondents or knowledge managers need to take cue from the bosses before they disseminate, before they dish out information. That is true. So they understand, but the hurdles about fake news, like the professor who took this on the first day, really talked about it, that because information is out there and people are not handling it well, does not mean people who like journalists are not really in a position, to do their job. For example, when journalists takes on maybe fungicide or a certain nutrient, to apply into their farming, and they could not really read, they could not decipher how to use that nutrient, and that it could turn to misinformation. Even though the information is available, it could turn to misinformation because they could not really they cannot translate to their own understanding, or they have previous experience. And that could, because information is available, does not really mean it cannot turn to fake, according to what the facilitator took the first day. What I'm saying in here is that there are agreed journalists are needed in content production. For example, content production in the area of the communicators. Content production are the core areas of a programmer in the journalistic, in media industry. So in talking about dissemination of information, it's very important we carry along our media professional. When we look at what Dr. Farah talked at the opening, he was talking about Farah is really working more about collaborating with other sectors that are doing well in every area, and not necessarily creating different ones. So we can tap into those areas, harmonize, like Dr. Andrea said, and let that be friendship. Harmonize all this together to the benefit of Africa, agricultural development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this comment. Thank you for clarifying and deepening the issue of the journalism. In fact, journalism is a key element, and we shall include them very actively in our knowledge partnership. There is a comment provided by Ramit Sana that who also expected more involvement of the youth. And I think we could even add additional stakeholder group. The youth includes then also the women and the disabled and this and that. We have so many. And I think the two first action points that we have mentioned in our agenda, partnerships and knowledge inclusion, addresses very explicitly this issue of collaboration and partnership. We don't want to leave anybody behind. We work on a global, national, local, community level. We include all stakeholder groups. We want to strengthen further develop our knowledge products and services in such a way that they can be understood, used, and applied by all stakeholder groups. So I think that the whole idea of knowledge management for agricultural development is rooted in this atmosphere and spirit of collaboration and partnership of all players, including youth, including the journalists and media, including representatives of women and men and other groups that are disadvantaged in the access to knowledge. So I think we have this in our hearts and in our minds. Let's put it also in our hands and practice. Good. I think we have presented, we have discussed, we have commented. Let's now come to the next step of signing and committing ourselves. Here I hand over to Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Andres. As you can see, it tells you the amount of work that almost everybody here has engaged in. I believe if we were hosted on campus, it would have just been the same, because a lot of work has gone on. Thank you. Please, let's give a round of applause to us. We've all done very well. And Bongani, we note your comment. He's saying if we can have a video slideshow of the pen, the design. He is asking that we should have a video slideshow of the 10 agenda items. So we have taken note of that. We are still packaging. We have the French version. It has been translated. It's been also packaged in a similar way. So before we leave here today, hopefully, we will have some of those things. So we are just a little behind time, but we have a very important exercise. As we all know, and as you've seen in the program, we are trying to push harder to ensure that the people that matter actually are spearheading the agenda for knowledge management in the continent. And so we have, based on these 10 agenda items, and by the way, I'm sure Dr. Andres didn't emphasize the name, the proposed name that we have given to it. We are calling it the Knowledge Management for Agriculture Development Agenda. That is the proposed name. And so what we have done is to try to convert this and other comments that we have gathered for the past 2 days into a declaration, so that we can have the Accra Declaration spelling out the Knowledge Management for Agriculture Development Agenda. And so we will spend the next 10 minutes, please bear with us. Godfrey, Efe, Onagwa, I want to mention all the names. And Paula Chu have been working tirelessly behind the scene. And I said Paula Chu. Paul, you don't worry me. Paul, Achu Senami from Togo have been working tirelessly. We have a draft We still have our executive director, rep for CADESA here. It's something that they will sign. Dr. Yemi has said he has another meeting, but he will come back. So it's something we want to project, and then we go through them, point one after the other, and we make final comments to it. We declare that it's final, and then we print it for our directors to sign. Fortunately, we have 3 directors out of the 5. However, we will get the others to sign it because they have been committed to it, and they have been online. Actually, I've been on WhatsApp with Maurice from CORAF, so I know they will also be looking forward to it. So at this point, I want to invite Dr. Godfrey Onagwa to present. We will run through, and we will go through it together quickly because it's already been explained. So now we are going to look at what are the specific points that have been, how we've coined the whole issues, and then we all look at them and agree. So we'll do the same way as we did. Online participants, we are going to review the declaration with you. So please follow us closely as you've been with us throughout the day. And let us review this and finalize for signature. It's not much, just 2 pages or less. So over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Friends, colleagues, our guests. I've been working with Sename Achu. Please, can you raise your hand? Yes. He has a French. So. Okay, thank you. So he has a French version. What we have, it's like asking you to summarize what has been done for 3 months in 2 sentences. You know, it used to be very difficult in those days when you were in school. So we are actually producing a declaration as opposed to what we had earlier as a communique. We've agreed that it should be stronger and it's better. And so what we did was to summarize what we have done to just 2 pages. But of course, there is usually a preamble. This preamble just gave the overview of what has been done. We said in October 2019, the CADAB XP4 organization secured resources from the European Union and blah, blah, blah. Then the second paragraph says, consequently, to achieve the objective on knowledge management and communication, FARA initiated the Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Challenge in July 2021. Okay, so please, you can scroll to the next one. Now, we said the 2021 Continental Conference on Knowledge Management for Agri Development was the climax of the first year challenge. We said that we're planning to have it every year. The conference was hybrid in nature and had about 260 representatives from 44 organizations in over 28 countries in Africa and 3 countries in Europe. We met in Accra from 6th to 10th December 2021. Then the opening address, the welcome address was given by the executive director of FARA, while the keynote statement was given by Dr. Sarah Cummins of K4DP. So you also see the other goodwill messages from IFAD, from AFAD, from Asoreka, and the rest. This declaration is the outcome of the deliberations and resolutions at the maiden conference. The declaration comprises a remarkable set of actionable agricultural knowledge management goals that have been agreed upon by all participants. We're speaking now in retrospect. We, the more than 56 physical and 202 virtual representatives of 44 Africa organizations, national, regional, and international agricultural research institutes, extension and advisories, ministries of agri, and so on and so forth from over 28 countries met in Accra, Ghana from 6th to 10th December 2021 to deliberate at the first Africa Conference on Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development, which focused on the development of KM concept and strategy briefs for participating countries. Appreciative of FARA, AFAS, CADESA, ASORECA, CORAF, and K4DP for graciously organizing and hosting the conference in partnership with GFAS, YPAD, Africa, and jointly funded by the European Union and IFAD. Acknowledging the key principles and values of the CADA process, which include the pursuit of agricultural-led growth as a main strategy to achieving the targets on food and nutrition security and shared prosperity, as well as exploitation of regional complementarity and cooperation to boost growth. Cognizance of the Malabo Declaration on CADAP and the AU Agenda 2023, reaffirming the commitment to work with continental institutions, which are in brackets, in providing leadership in agricultural development on the continent, and to, among others. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. End hunger in Africa 2025, that is Article 2, 3A. Half poverty by 2025 through inclusive agricultural growth and transformation by creating job opportunity for at least this group. Article 4. Harness market and trade opportunities locally, regionally, and internationally, and promoting and strengthening platform for multi-stakeholders interaction. Article 5B. Strengthen national and regional institutional capacity for knowledge and data generation and management that support evidence-based planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Article 7C. These are all from the Malabo Declaration. Aware of the low level of technology, innovation, and knowledge dissemination to the last mile in the continent, and the need to leverage on ICTs for knowledge management for agricultural development. Aware also of Africa's weak capacity to manage the knowledge and information generated to facilitate evidence-based agricultural development. Noting with concern that poor knowledge management has continued to limit agricultural growth and development in the continent. Yes. With this in mind, we hereby call upon all actors and stakeholders as well as national and regional agricultural institutions, both the public and private sectors working in the CADA participating country, to take the following actions to facilitate improved knowledge management system for sustainable agricultural development in Africa. 1, leadership in knowledge management for agricultural development. And the sub 1 there is FARA, AFAS, CADESA, ASORECA, CORAF shall form a partnership to drive the agricultural knowledge management agenda for the continent. At the overall leadership level, FARA shall take the lead. This partnership shall entail both long and short-term investment in the following activities. 1, the joint implementation of continental and regional knowledge management agenda with actionable measures. 2B, to establishment and management of communities of practice in knowledge for agricultural management, knowledge management for agricultural development with certification training and induction for members. C, establishment of innovation labs in key thematic areas of agriculture. Yes, the next one. D, developing knowledge inclusion frameworks for use in agricultural development organization. C, capacity building for public and private agricultural organizations to become knowledge inclusive. And F, to facilitate the establishment of professional associations on knowledge management. And that 2 is there shall be a knowledge management for agricultural development fund that will drive the development agenda, which shall be managed by FARA, but jointly sourced with AFAS, CADESA, ASORECA, and CORAF. 3, each country shall establish a national knowledge hub. This hub should develop a knowledge graph for agri-development for AI applications. And therefore, annual conferences should be organized with award on knowledge management for agricultural development. Now, the second component of this declaration is knowledge management excellence programs. So the fifth of our declaration is that there shall be regional, national, and organization-specific knowledge management policy and strategy. Then 6, knowledge management positions and units should be established in all public agricultural research organizations. The units shall be responsible for 1, setting up mechanism for capturing traditional knowledge. B, designing organizational knowledge transfer plans and indicators for dissemination in line with the country and or continental agenda. And C, digitalizing agricultural knowledge processes on the National Knowledge Hub, which we had earlier mentioned. And then the third one, because we have only 3 groups, this third one is integration of knowledge management in training curricula. So we have the 7th declaration that existing academic and professional programs should integrate knowledge management education in their curricula. Among other issues, the curricula should, 1, define and conceptualize standards for quality information and knowledge to curtail misinformation and disinformation. 2, to define and conceptualize strategic processes for technology adoption in agriculture. 3, to design dynamic business models and opportunities in knowledge management for agricultural development. D, to design mechanisms and processes for knowledge capitalization. E, to evolve the sustainable mainstreaming of women and youth in knowledge management for agricultural development along the agricultural value chain. And F, finally, to develop options for the inclusion of farmers, especially smallholders, in the knowledge management for agricultural processes and system. This declaration is presented to the participants who attended the first Continental Conference on Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development, 6th to 10th December 2021 for validation, dated 9th December 2021 at Africa Regent Hotel, Accra, Ghana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Godfrey. I think this is some very good work done. Can you, no. So, within the next 5 minutes, we want to ask what is missing, what needs to be reviewed. Okay, so I'll start with Dr. Andres.
Yes, since in many of our national knowledge policy briefs, we have defined the establishment of a national knowledge partnership as an immediate next step and as a relevant anchor for many activities, I would kindly request to integrate the term knowledge partnership in the formulation of the text. It was written knowledge agenda, but I would really appreciate to have the term national knowledge partnerships there. Because the national focal points like the NARIs, TARIs, and however you call them, and the ministries, etc., they will have to explain what are we doing here when we propose a partnership. And then it's good to have the reference in the declaration. Establishing national knowledge partnerships. Next to the agenda sentence, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, any further comments? Okay, at you. It's not coming.
Hello. All right. I think this is very good, but I really don't have comment. But what I just want to suggest is that if this could be replicated in the form of the way we design the policy brief, like the way Samuel did it, to configure it into that perspective so that it may not be a test form, but it could be in that design form so that it look more, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think it's actually out of that whole thing that it's been condensed this way. Maybe we want to include it as the design, maybe as an appendix or something. No, he's saying that the way it's been structured, whether we can put it in the form of the 10 agenda items that Dr. Andres presented. Yeah, that's what he's suggesting. But I was just trying to say that, I just said that almost all the points here actually relate to those 10 agenda items. It's just that because it's a declaration, we did not, I mean, it was not presented as such. So maybe those 10 agenda items can be something like, I don't know whether an appendix can be added to a declaration so that it's a bit clear. But whatever can be done also to make this look more appealing, that's fine. Okay. Next comment. I saw a hand somewhere. Okay. Yes. Eric from Burundi. Oh, okay. Let me.
Merci. Donc, je voulais tout d'abord saluer le travail bien fait. Ensuite, je veux avoir le leadership, donc il sera sur le diapo, il y a le leadership dans la gestion. Donc, je vois que c'est toujours les bureaux sous-régionaux de recherche, alors que l'on a vu qu'il serait mieux de pouvoir impliquer le secteur privé, les jeunes et les femmes. Ça ne sort pas directement. Vous voyez que donc dans le leadership, ce sera toujours question donc de bureaux sous-régionaux de recherche, alors que l'on pourrait voir comment intégrer de façon donc la plus significative et la plus donc l'on pourrait donc voir à ce niveau-là, puisque en ce que je vois, il y a donc le leadership qui reste donc dans la main comme c'était donc comme ça a été dans la routine dans les années passées. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. Any further comment? Okay, Dr. Podisi.
Thank you. I think it's just a minor one on the preamble, on the messages of solidarity. I just wanted to say that please include CADESA there. I know we did it after the fact, so that our support for this is also captured. CADESA in the preamble for the messages of solidarity that were rendered, I saw that CADESA was missing in that list of the highlighted entities. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Podisi. Yeah,
We have so many of them. Yeah, hearing what Paul has just mentioned, that we should probably use the structure and the visualization of the 10 key actions. I wonder myself, although the substance has been formulated very well, there might be a sort of conflict of the two formats. If we present this knowledge management agenda as something that is very nicely designed, and very communicative on the one side, but then we have the declaration on the other side, which has a different structure. I'm not sure how much we
compete with ourselves. And if we should not integrate into the declaration the big picture and the 10 points, and add this text probably as either as an addendum or as a way of formulating the declaration, but to have these 10 actions with the 3 points and the graph inside the declaration, so that it's not competing. In principle, I think that all of what has been put here is referring to the 10 points and the graph. So when we have the very good introduction, could say we commit to the agenda, we put the graph, we put these 10 actions, and then follows the formulated text like this. It's just like integrating this nicely formatted graph and the 10 points in here, which is then explained in a declarative way and signed.
Yeah, I think
so then when we promote the agenda, we also promote the declaration and vice versa, and there is no conflict. That would be really good, I think.
I think that makes, because we want to project this as another version of the Kosovo integration agenda. And so it will also guide, even in terms of countries formulating their knowledge management programs, as well as even designing proposals. They can already have work packages to work with, so that if you want to focus on fake news, you already know that, okay, in fake news, these are the 3 key lead items, and then the declaration, the other content can add. I think that we just quickly restructure that for management to look at.
On the fake news, you notice we're very careful with fake news, because concept-wise, for agricultural development, you look for information, really not news, because news is journalistic, really. And in communication, we say odd becomes the news. The odd is the news. Not the truth, but the odd is the news. So when we are looking for, so instead of news, we use misinformation or disinformation. So I just want to clear that. But if you want us to bring in news, we can. But news is not very serious when it comes to development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so any last comment? I think so that it will be, all the comments have been taken care of, it will be restructured, and then we would present it to management maybe this afternoon for them to append their signatures to it. Any last comment? Okay. Footy. Okay. So we want to check online to see the final comments. Hey, Charlie, where's the... Okay. Yes, let's go to chats and questions. After the chats, we'll go to questions. So just quickly, okay, we have a message from Sarah says, I very much like the inclusion of farmers and smallholders. So we just make sure we emphasize. Christian says, last point. Did he make so? Okay. So instead of options, mention pathways. That is his point. I think you know where that is. Okay. And then I think there's a previous comment before. Please go up. Christian had made a comment before. That's fine. I think great proposal, ongoing discussion, digitalization. Have a look at the summaries of the past 3 weeks' discussions and add your comments. Okay, there's something. So you can join this topic discussion. Okay, now let's go up. So there's a comment here. Should we mention in the spirit of working in partnerships as per SDG 17? I think there's maybe somewhere that he's talking about that. And Sarah came back to say, should we also mention the importance of local and indigenous knowledge to agricultural development? I think that was one of the points you mentioned. Maybe, yeah. Then Christian said we could combine these two in the spirit of working through partnerships as per SDG 17. You know, SDG 17 talks about partnerships and recognizing the value of local and indigenous knowledge to agricultural development. Sarah agreed with him, so let's go up. I think even the agenda knowledge for development that was designed by the K4DP actually gives some little more specific highlight, meaning to the partnership. Almost everything about the knowledge agenda, actually, a lot of it emerges from the 17. Okay. James says, happy with standardization and business models. Please go up. So is there a space for using the term competencies when we discuss what our impact should be? Okay. And then I think we want to ensure the competencies in the agri sector are improved through knowledge and skill upgrade. Christian agreed and said the term competency will fit well as part of the pathways. And can we add to national and regional agricultural networks, institutions in the start of the call upon section? Yeah, the networks are also very key. Can you go up? That's all, okay. Then go to the Q&A. See whether there's anything under Q&A. Okay. Oh, these are all comments. Okay. Yes, we will share the presentations to all participants. We'll be uploading them on the site, and we will share with all participants. Okay, I think basically these are the comments. I don't know if Dr. Podisi will want to have any last comments in this as we finalize and get the documents to you and Dr. Yemi. Do you want to make any last comment? Otherwise, we are almost going for break. We are a bit late for lunch today, but it's worth ensuring that we complete this process. The other thing is also that we have in between now, after break, we have 1 hour to network, and probably if you want to do any other thing, and then we reconvene at 3 p.m. for the award ceremony. So basically, I think we have barely come to the end of the more academic and maybe practical sessions of the conference, and we need to, let's give ourselves a big hand clap. Maybe standing to clap will be very much appreciated. We've done so much. We've done so well. And we want to appreciate our online participants. In fact, since morning, the number has been 40-something, 40. And actually, if you look at since the day one, we start with 60, 70, and then...
Of visitors.
Yes, actually online on YouTube, first day we had over 200 people joining, viewing through our online platforms, the YouTube, the Facebook. So it's been tremendous. We are not done yet. We still have the award ceremony at 3 p.m. That means in 1 hour, 30 minutes time. Sarah, we very much appreciate all your support. We can feel that you really wanted to be here. So, I mean, let's give her a round of applause. I mean, she sacrificed a lot for us. We want to appreciate our 2 participants to the challenge who could not make it here for very reasons that are, we couldn't have done anything about it. So, Malala and Bongani, we very much appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
We want to assure our online participants that we would make sure that you get your certificates for participation in the conference. So, and we will share all the documents so that you can have access to them. So this just to thank you and to thank all the organizations, the European Commission, IFAD, for their financial support. We think that this is a very worthy cause, and I believe we have just started the journey. We will definitely be knocking at their doors again, because we cannot develop these strategies, these concepts, and then the momentum will dim. We will make sure that we look for opportunities in many sectors to ensure that this momentum doesn't die down. So we wish you good appetite as you go for lunch, and then we will reconvene at 3 o'clock for the awards ceremony. Fortunately, Dr. Yemi will be back. He's gone for a meeting. He will join us again for the awards ceremony. Hopefully, maybe Sarah will also be with us if she can. It will be very helpful. Thank you, and bon appetit. Please, it's 3 o'clock.
Recording stopped.
All right, please, we are all going down. Daniel says we are too beautiful not to take a picture at the front, at the entrance. So we are all going to the entrance to take a group picture and just walk to the pool side. So it's picture time. Thank you.
Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge, with global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries. The program goes on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development.
1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Yes.
You want to arrange it? The water.
Hello? Okay, all right.
Ha.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Lisa.
How are you this afternoon? In 1 second, share how you feel.
Actually, I'm very, very excited after eating. I know that I have the energy to concentrate for the rest of the program.
Right, there is energy in the room because of the food. Thank you so much. Victoria, do you want to share how you feel?
Full.
Victoria feels full. Wow.
Recording in
Thanks,
progress.
Victoria.
Very well.
He feels very well. Interesting. Dorcas, share with us. How do you feel?
Excited.
Dorcas is excited. Obed,
I'm also excited, very happy.
Obed is also excited and very happy. Inez, please share in one word how you feel. You can say it in French. If you want to try some English, it's okay.
Très bien. I don't understand what.
She hasn't understood. Who can, a lawyer please?
Recording
A lawyer
in
in the
progress.
house? In one word.
Très bien.
Lawyer please.
Très bien.
Très good.
Very well, awesome. Thank you, Inez. Benjamin, do you want to share with us just in one word how you feel at this point in time?
Okay. I think I feel in Ghana we say benze, meaning that I feel very good.
Benjamin is feeling very good. That's good to know. So welcome back from lunch. Hope you've enjoyed it. Are we all here? Can we stand up? Francis, I see you. I know it's a hot day. We've just had our lunch, but we also need to relax. This is the climax of the 3 months program, so we should wrap it up in a special way. This afternoon, I'll be co-presenting with a colleague, Kofi. Kofi, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing amazing.
Ah, Kofi is amazing.
Great, yeah.
What makes you feel amazing?
Well, I feel my knowledge has been managed very well. As it's a knowledge management conference. Yeah, I feel it has really gone into me. I was with you yesterday. That was last night. That was supper time. And one thing that struck me was every conversation we were having had to do with KM. And it was so wonderful how it has eaten into everybody's life, including the art that we see around. So it's been an impactful moment for me. Yeah.
Yes, and one of the children of a colleague here had to ask her, Mommy, are you going for KM again?
That's Zainab.
So KM had eaten into family time, had eaten into other time, but we are glad that we are wrapping it up and we are benefiting a lot. Yes, so this afternoon marks the end of the 3 months program, and it is the time that we'll have the awards ceremony. I am not yet certain if we all qualified. We'll hear that from our facilitators, but this is the time of merrymaking, of celebrating, sharing love, sharing joy, promising one another the next steps, and we wrap this up. Okay, thank you for standing up. We need an energizer. Kofi, can you help us on that?
An energizer. Okay. So Pardon. Okay, so I'm being asked whether it's the Energizer battery. I think we have a lot of information to manage now. Whether it's energizing your body, or Energizer battery
Here
for
we
your
want
gadgets.
to energize our bodies. As I shared, this is a wrap-up session, so we need to feel energized. And as we've been advised all through, we need to keep the momentum high.
Beautiful. So I'm going to put our soundsman on the spot. Can you give us some African sound? We want to feel the Africa in us. Because we have the whole continent in here.
Oh, yes.
Yes, not just Ghana. We have, yes. So he's asking for 2 minutes. And you know how MCs do it. When they ask for 2 minutes, we talk for 2 minutes.
Oh, yes.
But we're going to wait. Yesterday, he was playing this nice song. Was it Jerusalem? No, but I'm not asking for that one. Just play something. You're ready?
We can have the same.
Yeah, we can have the same thing if it's ready. Yeah.
And
It's
Victoria
coming.
is
It's coming.
ready to demonstrate. Victoria, join the front.
And since I'm the MC, I get to nominate someone who would lead us. So I don't necessarily have to do it. Don't give Sammy pressure. Sammy is
Victoria and
busy.
Sammy, yes? That's a good deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. While we wait for the music. So in Africa, this is going to be just for a short moment. So our DJ, you can choose any music that you've come across. Beautiful. Yes, yes. You know, my work in the development space, especially with Farah, has taught me about gender balance. Yes, so we are looking for, although gender is not only about women, we would need a woman. And someone is smiling at me. Victoria. Her name means victory. Yeah. I guess the music is ready now. Okay, so while we wait for the music, I know we have Azonto. What are some of the dances across Africa? Azonto. So you mentioned the dance, you mentioned where it's from. Azonto from Ghana. Shoki Shoki from Nigeria. Which other one? Which other one? Harlem Shake. Yeah, so those are some of the dances we'll be doing. And we'll do the same dance together. So, Soundsman, are you ready? It's not a major project, so just choose a random song and we can move.
2 minutes.
Yeah. Or maybe I sing something.
As the DJ prepares, we welcome our online participants back. Thank you for
Rami,
staying
join
on.
me at the front
We
here.
are
I like your
having
moves.
an energizer, a social time. Wherever you are, please feel free to unmute, stand up, shake it off.
I don't know. I know the basic steps, but not the movement. Anyone who can join for this dance. Where's Fidel? I know Fidel is an expert as this. Victoria on show.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's all join in the dance. Ramita's coming forward. So this is our dance of victory after our wonderful challenge where we've learned a lot. Yeah. Okay, I know this dance is all over Africa.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for everyone. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Thank you very much. And just before we go official into the award ceremony,
You may take your seats, please. Thank you.
Atu,
So all of a sudden, the AC is not working again because we danced so hard and the place is hot. But we're going to cool down very soon.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Je vais aller en français pour être à l'aise et m'exprimer. Et donc, juste quelques minutes avant la remise des certificats, j'aimerais aussi partager avec l'équipe toute ma joie d'être parmi les KM, les gestionnaires de connaissances dans le secteur agricole en Afrique aujourd'hui. J'aimerais juste dire à tout le certificat que vous allez recevoir est loin des plus grands certificats en matière de gestion des connaissances que moi j'ai connus au monde. Je ne le dis pas seulement pour plaire à quelqu'un, mais parce que moi-même j'ai fait le certificat en 2019 et je vous assure que le niveau de la formation que vous avez reçue durant les 2 mois avec l'accompagnement du K4AgD cette année est très élevé. Tout simplement avec les formateurs, la qualité des formateurs et la géographie des formateurs, tous ceux qui ont intervenu au cours de la formation vous placent à un niveau très élevé dans ce monde de gestionnaire des connaissances qui n'est pas encore assez connu en Afrique. Je m'en vais ici vous dire mes félicitations et vous encourager à continuer, à partager surtout dans le cadre de la communauté des pratiques que nous venons de mettre en place. Sans les échanges, sans les communications, la communauté va mourir. Et la communauté est là pour qu'on échange, pour qu'on s'entraide et pour qu'ensemble, nous puissions élever l'Afrique, ne serait-ce que dans le domaine de l'agriculture, à un rang auquel tout le monde l'attend. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. That was a very awesome one, yeah. And I really appreciate our translators because I wouldn't have understood a word without them. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. So we have Professor Annette Nabatanzi Moyimba, the Dean of MUBS. She's online and she's going to give us a brief statement. She's with the School of KS at MUBS. So let's put our hands together for...
MUBS is Makerere University Business School.
Yes.
Welcome, Professor Nabatanzi.
Professor Moyimba, are you online, please? If you are, you
yes,
are muted.
I'm online.
Awesome. You're welcome. Thank you for your virtual presence.
Thank you very much for the welcome. Good afternoon and good evening to you all. Allow me to share my presentation. I don't want to waste a lot of time.
While you are loading your presentation, let me say who is Annette Nabatanzi Moyimba. Annette is Dean of the Faculty of Management at Makerere University Business School. And she is in fact a leader and the strongest promoter of the establishment of the School of Knowledge Sciences
at MOOPS with the MOOPS K4D Center. Without her support, this would not have been possible. So, thank you, Annette, for your leadership and for making this possible. And you are most welcome to speak. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Andreas, for the introduction, and hope I'm heard loud and clear. My presentation is basically to pitch for the MOOPS Knowledge for Development Center, which actually was established recently in August 2021. This is an establishment in collaboration with Knowledge for Development Partnership and the School of Knowledge Sciences, which are all registered in Vienna, Austria in Europe. The KDP is an international organization. Many of you know about it.
Recording in progress.
Where the K4DP is doing a lot of work in terms of promoting knowledge management. And the School of Knowledge Management, the School of Knowledge Sciences is also an establishment of the Knowledge for Development Partnership. And basically, this one was developed to focus on developing capacities in knowledge management and knowledge-based development. And this the School of Knowledge Services is the one which actually is partnering with the universities to be able to foster the knowledge for development agenda among different countries and continents. Therefore, it is on that note that Makerere University Business School was contacted to be able to establish with the Knowledge for Development Partnership and the School of Knowledge Sciences to establish a center at Makerere University to focus on knowledge for development, in advancing knowledge for development. So the School of Knowledge Sciences basically focuses on building the global faculty, curriculum, programs, services, and products, while as the universities, we implement the curriculum, programs, and the other outreach services, including trainings, short-term trainings, the research and advocacy for knowledge advancement in our local, contexts. And therefore, the universities also take lead in sharing these results and experiences with the global network, especially through, So what is Makerere University in this partnership? Makerere University Business School, Parliament in Uganda, as a tertiary public institution affiliated to Makerere University. And especially the purpose was to widen, the focus on business and management education in the country, because it was thought that, private businesses will be able to drive the development of the country. This Makerere University Business School is led and represented by Professor Waswa Balunywa in his capacity as the principal. Many people on the continent, on the African continent and beyond, are very familiar with Professor Waswa Balunywa, who was the first person to introduce entrepreneurship education in Uganda, and also to convince the government of Uganda to allow private sponsorship of university students at the time. That was in the early 1990s. Before the 1990s, in Uganda, there was no private sponsorship of students at the university. There will only be students sponsored by the government. So these ideas and innovativeness opened up university education to private sector. And today we have more than 50 universities offering university education as private institutions. The vision of MOOCs is being the benchmark for business and management education, research and training in the region. And the region we are talking about is Africa. The future of our clients through the creation and provision of knowledge. And therefore, knowledge is at the center of our mission. And that is why when we were contacted to have this partnership on knowledge for development advancement, we responded positively and quickly. We have our registered address at in Kampala on the Newport Road. So if you visit Kampala, find out where the Newport Road is, you will find Makerere University Business School. The Makerere University Business School has 5 regional campuses. As a business school, not the Makerere University as the big and the mother university. Just the business school has 5 regional campuses, 2 in Kampala, and it has other 4 in one in the north, one in the southwest, one and 2 in the eastern part of Uganda. We have 8 faculties which are led by the deans, and I'm one of those 8 deans, and I'm the only lady dean at the business school here. We have 21 academic departments, all distributed among those 8 faculties. We have a total of 48 academic programs, including 2 PhD programs. Program with Makerere University Business School is that we have 2 programs that we offer to inmates in the prisons, especially here in the main prison in Kampala. We have decided to give them education so that they can become transformed, sustainably when they get out of the prison. We have 7 outreach and research centers, including the Knowledge for Development Center that was recently created. We have 8 other education institutions privately affiliated to us here in Uganda. We have a population of 20,000 students. These 20,000 students is minus the student population in other colleges of Makerere University. In total, Makerere University has over 40,000 students. We have a total of 1,400 staff in Makerere University Business School. The collaboration between the Knowledge for Development Partnership, the School of Knowledge Sciences, and Makerere University. This was initiated by Dr. Andreas Brandina, who is today's one of the moderators of the Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference. He first contacted us in July 2019, seeking for this partnership. Then we engaged in several negotiations, and in the end, we were able to sign an agreement on the 7th of August, 2021. The center, although before we were contacted already, Dr. Andreas was working in Uganda with other, government agencies to establish the National Agenda Knowledge for Uganda, which is already operational in Uganda. The Knowledge for Development Center officially launched on October 22nd. I know many people in this forum attended that launch. The mission of the center is to transform Uganda into a sustainable knowledge society through provision of education and training programs in knowledge sciences at the highest international level, advancement of knowledge sciences on a global level through research and outreach services. In particular, we are starting educational and training programs very soon. Come January, we are designing a program, a Bachelor of Science in Knowledge Sciences in the medium term. We hope that in the next 3 years' time, this program will already be on offer. Then in the year 2022, we intend to start a Masters of Science in Knowledge Management. And this, we are hoping to accredit the knowledge management for a cultural development challenge. This training that you've gone through, we are hoping to accredit it so that we can give you some exemptions on this management, the Masters in Science in Knowledge Management, and we shall be able to offer this program online so that you can be able to attend the lectures and do exams in your own countries, wherever you are. We also intend to start a PhD in knowledge management. But in the year 2022, we're existing PhD program, which is by research. Therefore, those who have already a master's, they can still enroll in the PhD program on knowledge management as a cluster in our PhD program. We are going to offer short-term trainings in knowledge skills, and this is due to start in 2022. We hope to focus a lot on research and innovation in those following areas, and we have already started. Makerere University Business School has already funded one research project went through recently in the competitive call for proposals on research, which is on knowledge. The topic is on knowledge management as an intervention in disaster management, especially relating to the COVID-19 pandemic. We shall also be engaged in communication and advocacy activities and services to raise public awareness of knowledge management and its role in the development cycle. We hope also to be engaged in art and culture, especially relating to knowledge in terms of productions, exhibitions, and collection of knowledge art. Then engagement of artists to be able to bring in artistic, intervention. Much hope that we should be interacting more and having you on our programs in knowledge management and knowledge-based development. Thank you very much for listening to me and for giving me this opportunity to give a pitch on the MOBS.
Thank you very much, Annette. Your leadership is specifically appreciated because we have today.
Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Annette. I just said that you are a role model with MOOPS because today we have finalized the knowledge management for agricultural development agenda, which includes the strengthening of centers for knowledge management and knowledge sciences. And I think that there will be more centers like yours established in the near future. And you will be, together with the International University of Management in Namibia, for sure the role model for a very important development. So thank you very much for joining the conference, for being with us, and for taking this leadership role. Thank you, Annette. One more applause to the whole center. Of course, we should not forget that the establishment of such a center is not the initiative and success of one person alone. There is a whole team of very enthusiastic and passionate colleagues, including Janet, Jolly, Collins, and other colleagues that are passionate researchers in knowledge management for many years and made this success possible. And of course, not to forget the principal, Professor Wazwa. So there are many, and all of them should be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nawatanzi. I add my voice on to Dr. Bradnas to thank you so much for your time and for taking us through the process and the plans that MOOBS has for knowledge management. And coming to that, we have one person online who is asking if the master's course will be online. Would you kindly respond? Thank you. Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you. Okay, I have already responded online, but the masters will be online because of the online, including the examinations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Professor Nawatanzi, who is the only lady dean at Makerere University Business School. Thank you, and again for inspiring the ladies in the house and the ladies out there to pursue such goals. Ladies and gentlemen, up next on our program is the presentation of special awards, and as we wait for the guest of honor this afternoon, we are going to the next item, which is presentation of certificates of completion of the 2021 KM4AgD challenge. Dr. Branna, are you taking us through that, or will it be Benjamin?
Together with Benjamin.
Okay. You're welcome to take the floor and to award the participants. Can we clap for that? We've been working so hard in the last 3 months, and this is the time that we are harvesting after the presentations we've made, and we are going home with our certificates. Another round of applause. Welcome.
I hope she wasn't calling me.
Of course we were calling you.
Okay, all right.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam MC. So it's time for us to be recognized for all the hard work, even though, just to repeat the popular statement of Dr. Yemi, the reward for hard work is more work. So the work is just starting, because we can see that there's a lot more. Dr. Yemi will be with us. He will be a bit late. So Dr. Podisi is here. He would lead the process of giving out. We would give out the participation certificate first, whilst we wait to see whether Dr. Yemi will arrive. Otherwise, we will give the participation for the conference, and then we now give the one for the challenge. So unfortunately, it's not fully signed, because the other, Dr. Yemi will come and sign the other part. But Dr. Branna has already signed. So when you take it, we will get it, we'll put them down again for Dr. Yemi to come and sign. But be assured that he will be coming to sign, to countersign.
Yeah, so first of all, we start with the appreciation of all the participants in the conference, and you will receive a certificate of participation.
Yes.
Do we call everybody?
Yes, now? Yes, call him. So Dr. Podisi will come, we'll call, and the person will take. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, okay. So, at this point, when we call your name, and I think the MCs will help,
we call your name, you would come, and then Dr. Podisi and then Dr. Andres will hand over your participation certificate to you. No, we will just read one, and then it will follow them.
Do you need any help?
Yes, I think maybe I'll give a few, and then you continue. Okay, so we have a lot. We are privileged to. Okay, the certificate reads, and it's a uniform one. Maybe Mr. So and so has participated in the Made Africa Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference from 6 to 9 December 2021 in Accra, Ghana. We appreciate his or her active contributions to the success of the conference. That is all. So I don't know if, maybe let me give. Yes. Mm-hmm. So maybe Dr. Podisi will say something once he's the only executive director around. He will just say a word, and then we can start calling the names for you to come.
Thank you. I think, Director of Ceremonies, we've come to the great moment where now you are being rewarded for your hard work. And it's our pleasure, of course, to do this on behalf of the consortium members. And at this juncture, I think, once again, let's give a clap offering for this great achievement and perseverance. Yes, we are just about to start. Ben, are you going to be the one reading out the names?
So after receiving, Edna will be over there. You just... Yeah, after receiving, Edna will be over there. You just walk there and give it to her for the other signature. Okay, thank you. Okay, so good enough. We have, for the participation, everybody is getting. So probably I want to spring the first surprise. Dr. Andres Bradner.
This is a surprise indeed.
Okay. Can somebody help to receive? Yeah, so you... Okay. The next is Miss Bridget Kakua. Maybe you watch this way. Do you need a specific position so that we show them when they come? Miss Fidel Hazel Arunga.
Just on time, Fidel, for your certificate.
The next in line is Mr. Emmanuel Sa Henkley. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Emmanuel Sa Henkley. So the camera. Okay. Miss Marilyn Yeboah. Okay. And then Dr. Bandigu Dembele. Mr. Elhaj Malik Lair. Mr. Samuel Benewende Neya. Then followed by Miss Ines A.T. Davakan. Miss Ines. Then next is Miss Vida Mahava. Then next to Vida is Dorcas Kabuya. Next to Dorcas is Americo Antonio Homole. Next is Mr. Tokura Majid Oshole Imodu. The next is Miss Victoria Mbigide. Followed by Mr. Eric Mava Ruganda. Then we have Mr. Masreka Charles Yoronimo. Okay. The next is Mr. Bongani Lucky Mvuvu. He joined online throughout. So, fortunately, Dr. Podisi that's his boy, so.
I'm taking it virtually. I'm taking it virtually.
Oh, okay. Bongani, are you there?
Yes, I'm taking it virtually.
Oh. That's good. Then Miss Malala Oniswa Rakotoja Fen.
I'm here too.
Hi,
Thank
Malala.
you very much. Hi, thank you very much. Thank you.
We have Kofi Malala taking it for you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kofi.
Then Miss Zenabu Abdulai. Followed by Mr. Francis Nguru. Followed by Mr. Paul Achu. Paul Achu. Alias Twitter. Then Eric Nunda Mbala, DRC. Followed by Miss Elizabeth Asimwe. Then Mr. Ubet Kangom Mbezulu. Followed by Mr. Mark Ghislaine Bapase from Cameroon. Neighbor. Then we have Mr. Andwalem Walengline. Followed by Dr. Fadlula Isa. He's been joining us online. But he also asked somebody to come. Okay, so Dr. Godfrey is here to receive for him. No, you can actually take, he will take his own. Yes. Then we have Ofosu Menuaje. Then Mr. Amek Akoto Afas.
Thank you.
Mr. Amek Akoto.
Thank you.
Then we have Nita Kofi. Nita is a World Vision rep. She's not here. Maybe we can keep it for her. Please, you can. Then we have Dr. Nathaniel Siji Olutegbe. He represented Dr. Fadlula from Nigeria. Hey. These people have cost. Futi Magagula. Unfortunately, there's a slide. They put Mr. instead of Miss. Sorry. Then we have Miss Nanamwa. She's the Koraf person. So, yes, it's not around. Please. Yeah. Then we have Mr. Ramit Pugbera Sana. Then we have Miss Edna Yabua. Then Mr. Elikem Anapi. Controller General. Then we have Mr. Richard Combat. We have Miss Lisa Desbordes. Okay, she's coming. Miss Sophia Amwa. Okay, Lisa is here. Lisa is here. Next is Mr. Kofi Akwe. Next is Mr. Elias Kodia. Knowledge Finance. We'll be introducing that course at Makerere Business School. Knowledge Finance. Dr. Irene Anu Frimpong was here. She's not there, so we will just keep it for signature. Then, Dr. Yemi Akimba Mejohi himself is not here yet. Ms. Christabel Asel. Christabel has been with us online throughout. She's our translator at FARA. She's the one working with the interpreters. So she's not here, but she's been with us. Christabel, are you online? Hi, Christabel. She's part of the team at FARA.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Hey,
am
okay.
on the line.
Yes, so you have your certificate.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Daniel Pepra. Mr. Samuel Oti Atakra. Mr. Gabriel Kwanzaa. They are always quiet, but doing a lot of things behind the scene. Then, Mr. Francis Kodo, the one joining all the wires around, controlling everything. We have Mr. Achu Senami. Then we have Dr. Godfrey Ife, or Ife Onagwa. Okay. Yes, Dr. Godfrey Onagwa. And we are glad to also give Professor Annette Nabatanzi. She's been with us since the first day. I don't know whether you've been noticing. So we will take it, sign, and we have Miss Akuvi Legbeze. She's the logistics officer who has made it possible for us to be here, the airlines, and so on and so forth. And then Faith, let them come. This is Akuvi. Are they around? And Faith, Jeng Aisha. Then, now we have, whilst we wait for them, Dr. Betsy Podisi. Maybe you will, okay, let me take this. Miss Faith Jane Aisha. Faith is here. You take for Akuvi? Yes, and just give it to her so that they will sign. And we also have for Dr. Yemi, he's not here. And then we have for Dr. Sarah Cummins. Is Dr. Sarah still with us? Okay, your certificate will get to you. So, Sarah, thank you. And
Mr. Benjamin Abugri.
So at this point, okay, let me add this for. Yeah, no. Do the rest after the no problem. One second. So, signature.
In case there's anyone who hasn't submitted this unsigned certificate, please hand it over. Thank you.
Well done. Did we miss anyone? No, this one is not bad. It was wrongly printed. Hello. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Podisi. So at this point, we want to move to the global awards and then come back to come back to the certificates for the challenge. So we will just crave your indulgence to allow us jump the program because we want to give way for Dr. Yemi to arrive also. Thank you.
So a warm welcome, our international guests and my dear family, which is here in Accra. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to the annual Knowledge Management Award here in Accra 2021. My name is Andreas Brandner, and I'm the Managing Director of the Knowledge for Development Partnership and also the Managing Director and founder of Knowledge Management Austria. And I would like to explain you a bit the background of this Knowledge Management Award. And then we will also welcome our guests and move to the award ceremony. Knowledge Management Austria is one of the first professional associations for knowledge management, I would say, in the world, and for sure one of the first in Europe. It has been established in 2002 by a number of practitioners, scientists, consultants, trainers, including myself, and I have been the managing director of it since the beginning. Knowledge Management Austria has done a lot of research and developed new instruments and approaches. And in 2008, we have concluded a national research project where we discussed how do we manage knowledge in Austria, in my country. The specific intent was how do we measure and report on knowledge. In fact, it was about a national knowledge report. And we identified key success factors and indicators, how to manage and measure it. But finally, we said we cannot move forward with our knowledge strategy and indicators if we have not established a body for Austria to come together, to work with each other, to co-create a strategy and define actions and measures. And what that was the birth of the Knowledge Partnership. And in 2009, Knowledge Management Austria has established the Austrian Knowledge Partnership. And it was one of the first initiatives of the Knowledge Partnership, which was founded on the occasion of the first international conference for knowledge politics. It was called Agenda Knowledge Conference, 2009. And participants from all over the world, including the Chief Executives Board of the United Nations, ministers, mayors, and many experts from all over the world, including Leif Edinson and many others, have been there. And we co-created this knowledge partnership. And we also started to recognize pioneers in knowledge management with the Knowledge Management Award. And since at this initial conference in 2009, we had such a strong participation of the UN, IAEA, the UN in New York and in Austria, UNIDO, and other international organizations, of which we have many in Vienna, we decided on the one side to appreciate individuals who have pioneered knowledge management, but also international organizations, because they are critical for the advancement of knowledge on our planet. So I would say 6 years before the proclamation of the SDGs, We have already identified the need that the UN takes a lead in mobilizing, coordinating, driving knowledge for development. Since 2009, every year we have recognized one person with the Knowledge Management Award, which is this wonderful sculpture, which I will introduce you briefly. And among the winners of the award are, I just read quickly who has received the award, are Ursula Schneider, an Austrian professor, one of the pioneers in Austria. Charles Savage, the inventor of the World Cafe, which is now called Knowledge Cafe. Charles Savage did that about 30 years ago. Yeah, it's amazing. Stefan Güldenberg, the German-Austrian scientist who has become recently the president of the New Club of Paris, a think tank for the knowledge societies. Nico Stehr, one of the very early and visionary scientists on knowledge politics. Klaus Nord, a very practice-oriented scientist and consultant in knowledge management who also worked at ILO and has had a strong impact on the UN. Angelika Mittelmann, a lady who was pioneering knowledge management in Austria for so many years and guided a generation of knowledge managers in practical doing, bridging culture and technology in her very specific warm way. Ibrahim Seba Al-Mari, knowledge manager at Dubai Police, who is really one of the driving forces for knowledge management in the Arab region. In 2017, on the occasion of the historic conference in Geneva, we recognized Leif Edvinson, one of the outstanding pioneers for knowledge management and one of the very excellent speakers who has also accepted my invitation to say a few words today on the occasion of recognizing Eric Tsui. Ali Askar Purmand, one of the drivers of knowledge management in Iran, has received the award in 2018. Charles Deva, our friend and brother in Zimbabwe, has received the award in 2019 at the UN conference in Nairobi, at the UN office in Nairobi, where we had our Global Knowledge for Development Partnership Conference. Last year, we recognized Kimits Dalkia, who was also a speaker yesterday and a trainer in our program. And this year, we are very happy to recognize Eric Tsui, Professor Eric Tsui, with the Knowledge Management Award 2021. Wow, that is amazing. Thank you very much for this applause. Thank you so much. We will say a bit more about him, and we have an introduction to the award. Let me also come to the winners of the award for international organizations. In 2010, it was the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. Then followed UNESCO, UNDP, the World Bank, again UNESCO. The KM4AgD community has won the award in 2016. In 2017, for their really quite impactful, very impactful inspection, the Joint Inspection Unit of the UN. In 2018 and 19, we had agricultural organizations as the award winners. 2018 it was IFAD. In 2019, ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute. In 2020 it was UNICEF to win the award for their very comprehensive global knowledge management strategy and implementation. And this year we are happy to recognize the Green Climate Fund with the Knowledge Management Award 2021. And now, to give you a bit of a feeling, what has happened in all these years, because this has been a process for 20 years, I would like to ask you to listen to our sound of knowledge. This sound has been composed by an Austrian musician, and you will see the sculpture in big, and you will get an impression of what has happened in these last years. So may I ask you, the IT team, to start our presentation with a good sound, a loud sound. Up. Volume up. Wow. The final slide is just to come. So there is a bug in the presentation, because now you should see Eric Zui and the Green Climate Fund, but it will come, I tell you. Great. So now we would like to welcome the representatives of the Green Climate Fund. I hope that we have George Zedzinice with us, and Flavio, and the rest of, other colleagues of the knowledge management team. Can you show up? Are you with us? A warm welcome.
Hello, hello, Andreas and colleagues. This is George. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Welcome, George. Nice to have you with us. I personally cannot see you right now, but
likewise, very nice.
Yes, now I can see you. A warm welcome. Happy to have you with us. once again, thank you for
Thank you so much.
sharing your
Likewise.
success and your knowledge management experiences yesterday. We are happy to welcome you here today and to recognize you and your team with the Knowledge Management Award. Then do we have Eric Tsui with us? Eric, are you with us? Eric has raised the hand. The team will help us to see him. Up until now, we cannot see him on the screen, but the team will help, so we can see Eric even on our screen here. So it's fantastic to see you here, and I would like to introduce very briefly to you the Knowledge Management
I'm online
Award.
here, but you can't see me, that's all.
We can see his...
Andres, I'm online here, except I haven't got a video. I haven't got a video signal, but I'm online here.
Okay. So if you want to start your video, you're welcome. Otherwise, your cartoon is also, your drawing is also very nice.
Okay, you can start my video if you want. I won't play it from here. You can start it from your end if you want to. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Okay. Holding it with one hand is not that easy. Would you like to hold it for a second? Oh, it's quite heavy, isn't it? So, but I'm a strong man. At least I'll do so as if. So, let me introduce to you this wonderful artwork. Again, it has been created in a 6-month process together with an Austrian artist called Helmut Margreiter. And we have worked in a project where we portrayed 1,000 emigrants and immigrants to Austria and from Austria. And the idea was to reflect on the potential of the knowledge potential of migration at this time. And it was also in the context of a UNESCO supported project at the annual day of cultural diversity. I'm not as strong. So, and at this time we created this award, and the original one was in the center of Vienna, and in this short presentation you have seen the big one. Now this small version of the award is our recognition for pioneers. And this has two different elements. This left-hand side element is a highly polished steel column, and it represents excellence. You see, this column has no mistake. It is highly polished, it's perfect. This is really representing proven knowledge, proven by science, proven by practice. There is no mistake. It works in the daily routines like a cylinder in a motor. It can rotate thousands of times per minute and brings the horsepower on the ground. When the sun shines on it, everything is shining. And yeah, it has some kind of brilliance. It is also a sort of comfort zone because you cannot hurt yourself. It is very smooth, and we feel like home. On the other side, this piece of this part of the sculpture, this column, is closed. You cannot add anything because whatever you add is disturbing. So it's a bit of narcissistic. If we admire only our excellence of the past, the proven knowledge of the past, then we are not open anymore to the new, to the unknown. So we really have to be careful with this kind of excellence or imaginated excellence, because we may become too arrogant and
not able to move any further. Therefore, it means we have to step beyond the proven knowledge. So, from the history, we move into the future, and we go beyond what has been proven in the past. And we step into the unknown, which is represented by this other piece. It's a prism, so the three-dimensional form shape of a triangle. And on the outer side, it is broken like an acre. It's rough. You can hurt yourself. It's edgy. Somehow it's a bit unpleasant because it's also open in the shape. You don't know in which direction the future goes. The unknown has always some risks. On the other side, it's somehow more exciting. Like stepping into something known makes us happy. And we don't know the direction, but it's also like an acre where the new blossoms can grow. So that has something to do with agriculture. And the artist says, knowledge, in fact, is in between. It is the moment in between past and future. It is a process. It's here and now. Knowledge is happening right now, here, where we build on the proven knowledge of the past, but we go beyond. We move into the future, but it's not yet there. We have our ambitions here and now, and these ambitions and beliefs and values decide how we combine the new and the old. And in this very moment in between, you see the extreme end of both sculptures is just a line. That's remarkable. There is one thing that combines this. On the very end, both shapes are just a line. This means here and now, we can bridge the past and the future. Here and now, when I meet someone who I don't know yet, I can decide, do I shake hands? Do I listen or not? Am I closed or am I open? I can have prejudice about foreigners, about dangerous innovations. But here and now, I can decide to shake someone's hand and to listen to him. So this very moment is the moment of knowledge, and it's a process. And both elements are based on two squares, which represent a book. And the book usually represents fundamental knowledge, which we learn in schools. We learn reading, we learn writing, and without these skills, we cannot make use of knowledge. Without being able to read, we cannot make use of the knowledge of the past. Without communicating, we cannot co-create the future. And this means we need basic knowledge skills. In a digital world, these knowledge skills include more than only reading and writing, like presenting, like collaborating in communities, like facilitating, like searching, like capturing, and much more. And that also says we need these centers for knowledge sciences, we need education in knowledge skills so that we all can make best use of the knowledge that is available in a plethora. So this is the award, and this specific element here is it's written here, the column of knowledge, Helmut Margreiter. And on the other side, this is the Knowledge Management Award 2021 Green Climate Fund. And I'm very happy to hand over this to you, George. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Congratulations, George. I would like to say a few words on the Green Climate Fund. I think you have deserved
a sort of laudation. It's okay, thank you. I have prepared a laudation speech, but I'm not so good in reading. So let me just use this as an indicator. So, dear representatives of the Green Climate Fund, I think there are more than only George. I see Flavio is here, I see Kyle is here, and maybe others are here as well. A warm welcome to all of you that contributed to the success of the Green Climate Fund. As you all may know, or may not know, the Climate Fund has been established as a critical element of the historic Paris Agreement, and it is the world's largest fund mandated to support developing countries as they realize their nationally determined contributions and ambitions towards low emissions, climate resilient pathways. Climate change, of course, is among the key challenges of our planet today. And it's great to see that knowledge management in this specific context can contribute to sustainable development and climate action. The Green Climate Fund was established in 2010 by 194 governments, so that is really the whole world, to limit or reduce greenhouse gas emissions in developing countries and to help vulnerable societies adapt to the unavoidable impacts of climate change. Knowledge has been recognized by the management of the GC Fund as a key resource. As a key resource to be a learning organization and to continually improve. Through evidence-based decision-making, the Green Climate Fund shall make targeted investments in developing countries with the greatest potential for transformational change. Learning from past experiences is to maximize operational efficiency and avoid repeating mistakes. Knowledge management shall ensure that the Green Climate Fund projects and programs are replicable, scalable, and as a result can have a far greater impact than an initial investment would usually have alone. With this premise, with this objective, knowledge management was introduced as a function in 2018. So that's only 3 years ago. So yesterday, George and Flavio have already given us insights in the concepts and practices of the knowledge management approach of the Green Climate Fund. But I would like to point out the four backbone elements briefly. On the one side, it's the knowledge management strategy. That, from our point of view, is balanced and including an internal perspective for advancing teams of excellence, but it also has an external orientation, of course, to lead climate investments. And without going into the very details, what George has presented yesterday, the key actions include knowledge architecture and tools, so technology is key, digital knowledge products, lessons learned from experiences, and programmatic knowledge services. And this is nice because we have been talking the last days so much about knowledge services and products. An element that Flavio pointed out yesterday is the taxonomy, and thinking it wider, the knowledge graph which we have discussed the last 3 months. And I'm very happy that the Green Climate Fund is a pioneer in this regard, because I really believe that without a knowledge graph and all its potential benefits for the application of artificial intelligence solutions, it will be difficult or even impossible to reach beyond a certain level that will still be unsatisfactory. Without the tools of artificial intelligence, we will always reach to a certain point where our time and presence limits our action. We need to use better artificial intelligence solutions so that our knowledge that with which we feed such tools, this knowledge can be disseminated more automatically to the big number of farmers and people in the agricultural sector. So thank you for pioneering this. And 2 more pillars have been mentioned already yesterday. The one is, or both are communities of practice. The one community of practice that George is chairing for many years is the community of practice for the international financial institutions knowledge managers. And it's really a comprehensive group of the knowledge managers of these institutions, which have a very strong impact on development. You can imagine that those who give the money...
Recording in progress.
Oh, late, but okay, finally. That, of course, those who give money can also influence the implementation of programs. And thanks to these efforts of this community, knowledge management really has become one of the core components of so many donor programs, which makes now a big change in all developing countries. Finally, also the community of practice on the scaling up community of practice. The climate change working group has been mentioned and introduced to us. Yannick Glamek, the executive director of the Green Climate Fund, has, together with the Brookings Institute, established the climate change working group as part of the scaling up community of practice. And the climate change working group is a community of practitioners and analysts focused on knowledge sharing, collaboration, and innovation in scaling up climate change interventions. So, again, George is chairing the community since its establishment, and that shows that those who are driving this process are both internally strong, but also strong in networking. And this, my dear friends, is a role model, because we all need to be well engaged and serve in our communities of practice. So, to conclude, George, Flavio, and colleagues, Green Climate Fund, thank you very much for all your efforts. We recognize you being a role model for international organizations, and we encourage you to continue this path in the future. All the best.
Thank you very much, my colleagues. Thank you.
So if you want to say a few words, you are most welcome. Otherwise, as you like. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, it's not going to be. it's not a prepared speech, but most definitely, from the bottom of our hearts, we're very humbled by this recognition. Especially, it came to us as a surprise, a very nice surprise at the end of the year. As you said, it's important to balance internal and external engagements always, and not only engagements, but I think awards and recognitions, both internally and externally, are very important, not only to us, but to everyone, because that's what really gives us those important signs that we are on the right track. We should continue doing what we're doing. And once again, we really appreciate this recognition. We are hoping that we will be able to demonstrate very increasing number of products and services in the coming years as our portfolio matures. But for now, happy to have been able to set this foundation for the strategy in all the necessary tools internally and externally that we need to start harvesting our own work and codifying. And taking this opportunity, of course, I would like to not only thank you guys, but also my team throughout almost 4 years now since I started this portfolio in GCF. There have been colleagues who are no longer with us, but have played a critical role in getting us where we are as a team today. But of course, guys who are here online today, all of my team has been working really hard. And because it's a joint effort, it's not just the KM team that delivers knowledge in the organization, it's actually the experts. We're here to facilitate creation or rather generation and vision of knowledge. But ones who create it are our colleagues in the subject matter teams, and many thanks to those people who've been working really hard for many years now. So once again, thanks, and hope to cross with you in physical arrangements in the coming years on conferences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, a big applause to the Green Climate Fund. Let us now move to the next winner for the Individual Knowledge Management Award, Eric Tsui. And I would like to... Eric, hi, nice to see you.
Thank you.
A warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
So, Eric, I have also prepared a short speech for you, but I asked also Leif Edvinson to give us a few words about you. You know, Leif Edvinson is the award winner of 2017, and he's a good friend of Eric Tsui. And I asked him to give us a statement of congratulations, and I would like to ask the team to play the short video of Leif Edvinson.
Hello, friends of knowledge and knowledge pioneering work with the KM Award. I especially want to salute Eric Tsui today for being his pioneering colleague. And I do think that the award with the two pillars is a wonderful symbol of polished knowledge as well as creative knowledge. And Eric is one of these persons in the world that is applying this in practice and has been pioneering for many, many decades in Hong Kong and Australia and other places. And I have been honored to collaborate with him, and I really enjoyed many of the pioneering projects we have been doing. So I wish you so warm greetings for future and the various activities you are involved in. So with that, I say happy future.
So that is fun.
because we have received the video in order to avoid the internet instability. Now we have this here and we still have these issues. So please take this as
Recording in progress.
As a recognition, Eric, from your friend Leif Edvinson. However, let me also say a few words. You know, Eric, it's already long ago that I watched your videos and your courses online, even before you knew me. So I enjoyed always your passion about knowledge management, and I also liked specifically the way how you are bridging all those different elements of knowledge management, ranging from knowledge culture to strategy, artificial intelligence. And while you are teaching this, everything appears as something very naturally integrated. So you are integrating in your approach disciplines that matter for knowledge management. And I know of many international friends and colleagues who you have also inspired and influenced in their work. In 2020, last year, when I invited you to be part of the team of proponents for the School of Knowledge Sciences, you were immediately open and supportive. You did not ask, how much money will I get? What will be the benefit for me? But you, I think from the first moment, supported this initiative, and I really appreciate that very much, and your open and giving attitude is remarkable. I have in the last days and weeks, while we decided on honoring you, read more about you, and just a few weeks you sent me your CV, and I must say that was almost frightening. 26 pages, and every line was quite substantial. So I allow myself not to read all of this and come back to everything in detail. But I appreciate, and we all appreciate, that you are supporting us in this challenge with your lectures and your insights, and that you are here today. I would like to introduce to you all colleagues Eric Tsui as a researcher who, among many other functions, has been the director of the Knowledge Management and Innovation Research Center at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University for many years, having authored numerous scientific and popular books and articles on knowledge management. I want to introduce him as a passionate teacher, and he has received, by the way, many awards for his teaching successes, providing courses, teaching knowledge management for decades, educating generations of knowledge managers who have now leading positions in knowledge management around the world, applying also for big awards like the Make and Mike Award. Your passion for teaching goes hand in hand with your passion for technology. You practice what you teach, and even the fact that you immediately produced a video for us shows that how much you enjoy working with technology. Through technology, you succeeded to reach out not only to a few, but to thousands of people, considering the several massive open online courses that you have developed and taught. I would like to introduce Eric as a bridge builder between scientific disciplines, between science and practice, having specifically developed pedagogic approaches that include science and practice as well. Of course, also bridging cultures and nations. Eric is active in many countries, very much in Australia, but also the whole of South and Southeast Asia, Thailand, Malaysia, in Europe, UK, Germany, and Austria, working with my alma mater, the Vienna University of Economics, but also in the US and beyond. I introduce Eric Tsui as an innovator, developing pedagogical approaches, but also as a developer
of systems and applications, he's an engineer, a software engineer who is able to develop tools and applications himself. Finally, maybe most important, I want to introduce you Eric Tsui as a kind and humble person. He said, I don't know even why I should be honored with this award. But he has really inspired many and he deserves this award. So thank you for being so much a serving person to support where there is need. And just as a side remark, it's also remarkable that Eric is among the fastest givers. There is a saying, who gives fast, gives twice. And I have hardly ever seen a person like Eric who replies to emails extremely fast, even late at night. And that, dear friends, we can take as a good example, who gives fast, gives twice. So when there is a need, please consider this good example. So this award is to say thank you, Eric, for your efforts. All you have done to advance the theory of practice and theory and practice and knowledge management is appreciated. And I'm sure that many around the world who are listening today will follow me and give you a big applause for all your efforts. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much. I feel very, very honored to receive this, and I owe a lot to my students, to my graduates, who continue to, to discuss difficult issues and challenges with me and inspire everybody to learn together and continue to learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. So I hand over to you the award. Please, can you take it? Can you take it? Oh. He has received it, by the way. We shipped it via DHL to him last week, so he has already received the award. Thank you very much, Eric. A big applause once again to Green Climate Fund and to Eric Tsui. The award ceremony 2021 is closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Professor Richu. We have fond memories of you enjoying that very important lecture during the challenge. And to the Green Climate Fund, just to also let them know that the CADEP SP4 project is a climate smart agriculture project. And so it is not by coincidence that they are receiving the award within the context of the CADEP SP4 activity. So we look forward to even more engagement, and I'm sure very soon Farah will initiate discussions in how we can also collaborate in terms of the work that the Green Climate Fund does in Africa, based on the mandate that we have from the countries. At this point, we are fortunate to have our Executive Director, Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo, back. So that tells you the level of importance that he attaches to this initiative and to the advancement of knowledge management for the continent. We would do the same. The certificates are ready. We would present, and then he would just spend some few minutes later to sign them, and then we give them back to you. So, or you can, okay. He wants to sign, then I think that will be. Are you giving it out? No. Yes, when you are done. So we can give you some few minutes. Yes, please. Okay, so please, let's give Dr. Amy some coffee. Yes, that's good. So, thank you very much, moderator. So, we go for 10 minutes coffee break, and then we come back and receive our awards. And as you were already assured by the Makerere Business School, you are already on your way with this certificate to receiving either a master's or a PhD program with preference. So we need to take advantage, and I'm sure many of us here definitely would love to be at that university. So, Elizabeth, maybe you want to start preparing one of your rooms to accommodate the KM4AgD students in Kampala.
Okay, thank you very much, Benjamin. I'm very ready. I stay in Kampala, and I'm happy to host you. Okay, as communicated by Benjamin, we'll go out for a health break, get a cup of tea, and we'll be back in 10 minutes' time. Enjoy the break.
The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and climate mitigation in Africa from 7th to 9th December 2021. The CADEP XP4 program supports this initiative through funding from the European Commission and administered by the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, in partnership with African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development, and Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa, in collaboration with the Knowledge for Development Partnership, are hosting the maiden edition of the Continental Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Conference to climax the annual Knowledge Management Challenge. With global speakers, over 24 knowledge management experts, and 28 participants from 21 African countries, the program will focus on 10 knowledge management concerns to build the agricultural research for development knowledge ecosystem in Africa. We invite you to join us on our mission to ensure food and nutrition security, economic development, and
So without wasting much time, I'll just invite Ben and Dr. Andreas again, and we'll go on with the awards ceremony. Over to you.
Thank you very much for giving us the floor. Which one is working best? We are starting now the handover
of the certificates for you as the participants of the Knowledge Management for the Agricultural Development Challenge. I have to be very honest. When an hour ago the session started and we were to start providing you the certificates, I was somehow feeling very irritated because I thought, wow, now this fantastic time ends. And I felt very uncomfortable. But, of course, it does not end. This is, in fact, the starting point to a real career as a knowledge manager. And you will now receive a certificate. I would say it's an award for your outstanding achievements in the last 3 months. So, we recognize with this certificate not only the participation in the 8 days of training and learning, intensive teaching and internalizing, but also your efforts working together on the aspects of knowledge society, on identifying key challenges in agricultural development, in working in teams on solutions for these 10 challenges, in including others through knowledge cafes all around the globe to get feedback, to discuss with them, to research online and in literature for solutions, to condense all this and bring it into a written format, presenting it several times, finally also presenting it here the last days, and discussing and working with the others to finally develop the Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Challenge. I also recognize your statements to the knowledge, Agenda Knowledge for Development, which is a personal statement that will be presented on the website of K4DP. It will be presented in the next printed edition of the agenda. And of course, it's a certain legacy. Because these statements are quite visible. Your real legacy will finally, of course, be how we move forward. What will we achieve for the benefit of agricultural development? We definitely recognize all your efforts. We recognize all your efforts with this wonderful certificate, and it says, Miss or Mr. has participated in the Knowledge Management for Agricultural Development Challenge from September to December 2021 and has successfully completed all requirements to be a certified knowledge manager for sustainable development. He or she has completed the 8 days training program and demonstrated the ability to apply the learnings on organizational, sectoral, and international level. We appreciate her and his efforts and achievements. Signed by Dr. Yemi Akinbamiyo and Dr. Andreas Brandner. So I would like to ask the Executive Director of FARA, Dr. Yemi, to come here and to recognize the achievements of our participants and of our stars today. A welcome to Dr. Yemi, our big and appreciated supporter of knowledge management. A big applause. So we appreciate and gratulate Fidel Hazel Arunja for the award. Please come here.
No. Oh, he's not feeling well.
Oh, she's not around. Okay, so let's nevertheless gratulate her and let's make a photo. Samuel Benewende from Burkina Faso. Congratulations.
We have Miss Ines Davagan from the Republic of Benin. Ines from Benin. Miss Vida Mahava from Tanzania. Miss Zenabu Abdullahi from Ghana. Mr. Eric Teve Yingwa. Eric is not here, but Majid is representing Eric. Eric went through all the processes, and so a certificate is in his name. Miss Elizabeth Asimwe from Uganda.
This is a first class.
Yes, first class. Mr. Americo Antonio from Mozambique. Mr. Mark Ghislaine Bapase from Cameroon. Yes. Mr. Andwalem Walelain from Ethiopia. Mr. Masereka Charles Yoronimu from Uganda. Mr. Eric Mavaruganda from Burundi. Yes. Miss Victoria Mbigide from Uganda. Mr. Bongani Lucky Mvubu. Bongani is from Eswatini. He is online, and Futi will receive on his behalf. Bongani, congratulations. Miss Dorcas Kabuya from Zambia. Miss Lorato Belang from Botswana. She couldn't make it. Maybe Bridget will take it for her. Okay. Dr. Fadlula Isa from Nigeria with analysis. He is represented by Dr. Nathaniel from the same department. Mr. Elhaj Malik Leye from Senegal, Israel. Mr. Francis Nguru from Kenya. Dr. Miss Marilyn Yeboah from Ghana. Mr. Emmanuel Sir Henkele from Freetown, Sierra Leone. The National Research Institute. Mr. Hubert Kango Bezulu from Malawi. Yes. Mr. Paula Chu from Ghana. Miss Malala Oniswa Rako Tojafeno from Madagascar. Malala is online and Kofi. Malala, are you still there?
Yeah, thank you very much. I see you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Eric Nunda Mbala from DRC. Miss Bridget Kakua from Zambia. Mr. Francis Koto from Ghana. Mr. Samuel Otiatakra from Ghana. So he's been the one behind all the trainees, sitting by the computer all the time. Yes. Okay. So, yes, I think that is it. The last one is myself. Thank you very much, Edie. Do you have a word for us? As usual. Word of wisdom.
Okay. Well, for avoidance of the risk of repeating myself, let me first of all congratulate all of you. I think it's a great achievement to have been awarded this certificate that you worked so hard for. But what I always say, and this is from an experience when I was being interviewed for a job many years ago. That was 2004. I was being interviewed for a position at the African Union. And when I got into the interview room, the proceeding was progressing very nicely. And I was having the confidence that this job is mine. Then somebody threw a question at me and said, this job says you must hold a PhD in veterinary medicine. It says, Dr. Akimbami George, you don't have that. So all of a sudden, I felt gas disappearing from inside me. And I thought, I am losing this job. But in the same moment, I picked my bunch of certificates, and this is the honest truth, and I did like that. Why? I said, these are just pieces of A4 paper. The certificate, and that's what I told the panel, the certificate says you can do this. But you guys have my CV, it says what I have done. Long story short, I got the job. But what I want to leave with you is this certificate is only an A4 paper carrying 2 signatures. It says you can do it. So go and do. And then we'll be fine.
Please, Edie, we just want to keep you for just 30 seconds. Whilst you were not here, there was a presentation by the Dean of the Business School at Makerere University on the relevance of this certificate. So just to emphasize that it's been accredited to the Makerere University as well. Yes, so they will be given preferential treatment when they decide to pursue the Knowledge Management Masters and PhD program at the Makerere University. So besides that, Dr. Andres, we have
before you leave, I would like to point out how important leadership is for the successful development and implementation of knowledge management. We have we have discussed the relevance of leadership and how to do it. And for sure, we have many recommendations for the various leaders. But my feeling is that you as a person, you live this kind of leadership, and we want to thank you for that. With a big applause. A big applause for the Executive Director, Yemi Akindamiyo. This is the smaller gift. It's a knowledge cafe cup, which shows that knowledge sharing goes with pleasure. But there is the other award that we would like to give to you, so that you remind this day and the challenge well. You can position this nicely on your table or in your room. And it's the knowledge tree. It has been created by a northern Ugandan artist who is going these days, this Sunday, he will leave to study in Vienna at the University of Applied Arts. He's the only African art student that has been, let's say, approved this year to study at this university. And he is reflecting his experiences in northern Uganda, also in these other artworks that you may have seen. And I hope that his work will inspire you also in the future to be a leader for knowledge management. Well, thank you very much for all your efforts.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Thank you. We'll do more.
So thank you very much, Edie, for your time, and congratulations for the nice award. We will be bringing the bigger tree to the reception of Farah. The biggest tree is somewhere down there. So, I mean, we just wind up. Okay. So, per the program, we have farewell messages. Maybe for the sake of time, we will just maybe limit it to one person speaking for the south, one for the west, one for the east, and then, yes, I think 3. So we just want to take 3 key farewell messages, and then we wind up. Starting from the south. Who will speak for the south? Americo. Okay. Farewell message. You've won. You've won. You just won the votes.
I just want to express my gratitude for this opportunity to undertake this program. So thank you very much for all of us.
Thank you. From the east.
Charles.
The west are the landlords. So from the east. Charles. You've been chosen to speak.
Wow, energy. I think we are all fine, happy. We are now certified managers. Why you are Team East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Ethiopia. We so much appreciative to Farah, the organizers of this challenge, the partners, and all the sponsors. We look forward to putting to work whatever we've studied and all the recommendations that we've put in our policy briefs and everything. We look forward to having it implemented. Thank you so much. Greetings from East Africa.
And now, West Africa. Okay. Samuel Benewende from Burkina, representing the West.
Merci. J'avais choisi Inès pour venir, alors je ne pourrais pas parler beaucoup, mais merci vraiment pour cette formation. Merci aux encadreurs pour le savoir pour transmettre ces connaissances. Et merci au FARA, avec son directeur exécutif ici présent, qui, bien sûr, transmettra notre merci à tous ceux qui ont œuvré, j'allais dire, les partenaires et les partenaires financiers, pour que nous soyons ici. Personnellement, je ne pensais pas pouvoir être là. Le chemin était très dur, très difficile. Mais avec l'enthousiasme que vous avez su créer, je ne devais pas me permettre de manquer cette conférence. Et je sais que c'est ainsi pour tout le monde. Alors merci, merci de nous accompagner même après cette formation.
Thank you. So now we have just some 30 seconds words from our leaders from CADESA. And then AFAS is here.
Yes, thank you, Director of Ceremonies. And I recognize, of course, the presence of the Executive Director for FARA, Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo, our key facilitator, Dr. Bredner, and of course, Ben, with the energy. working behind the scenes in the engine room to get things going. I want to thank all the participants for this long journey that they took, and of course also to congratulate colleagues from the SADC region who really participated in this, and of course to support the donor, the EU, through the CADAP XP4 program that has also assisted a good number of our participants to take part in this initiative. CADESA places high importance to what was taking place here. That's why we stood behind our participants from the region to take part in this. We have struck some new relationships. We appreciate the collaboration that will be taking place from here moving forward. And we look forward to a vibrant community of knowledge management practitioners across the continent that will continue sharing and cross-pollinating each other with novel ideas to take us forward. We thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Podisi. We'll invite Afas, and whilst Afas is coming, I can see Maurice from Koraf has been online. Maurice, if you're around after Afas, we'll give you the floor. Are you there? Hi, Maurice. Okay. So, Afas.
It's been an honor to be part of this conference. One key message I took from this is if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you pull everybody along. And I believe this collaboration with FARA, CADESA, Asareka, Koraf, and all the partners in this knowledge management will go a long way to strengthen agriculture in Africa. AFAS, we are with you all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akoto. Maurice, please, are you available? Okay, but just to recognize that he has been following us a lot.
I am available.
Okay, good. So we are happy to have Maurice from Koraf. We are just taking the farewell messages, so we want to recognize your participation. I know you are very busy, but you've been coming in and out. So we want to give you the floor to just make some quick statement, and then we take it up from there. So the floor is yours, please.
Okay, I wish to thank all the participants and everybody for the active participation, not only in this conference, that is also the end of a novel process. So you remember, Benjamin, when we used to discuss all this process, it was 3 months of training of our stakeholder. The stakeholder from West and Central Africa were very active, very enthusiastic about this overall learning exercise. And we are happy that the beneficiaries of this program have been satisfied, and they can bring that knowledge back to their institutions, to their organizations. As well, they can contribute to the community of practice. I salute the collaboration between Koraf, AFAS, FARA, Asareka to really jointly contribute to strengthen the capacity of our stakeholders in terms of knowledge management for agricultural development. So I won't be long. I wish you all the best for those who have to travel back. And thank you again for your participation. Thank you.
Appreciate your collaboration. Actually, we've been in this journey together. He's been very supportive. And even as the conference has been going on, I have been on chats with him. He tries to find out how things are going. So it's really been an exciting journey, and we are proud that all our partners are on board. So I'm giving the vote of thanks. And then Dr. Yemi can close us. All too soon, we have come to the end of the 2021 Knowledge Management for Agriculture Development Challenge with this climax of a 3-day knowledge management conference. We are very proud of what we have achieved together, and we are hoping that this is really going to be the beginning. And just as you've heard Dr. Yemi keep emphasizing, he did not say exactly his usual quote, but that quote is what he was actually emphasizing. The reward for hard work is more work. So we are now going into more work, and we need to stay together. First, we need to agree when we are going to have our next meeting as a community of practice moving forward. We will do these chats on the WhatsApp page. Fortunately, we already have a D group, and so communication is not going to be a problem. So we want to recognize all these things, structures that have been put in place. We want to thank the CADEP SP4 partnership, FARA, AFAS, CADESA, CORAF, ASARECA, and the executive directors of these institutions. They have been very, very supportive behind the scenes, and as you can see visibly here. So we want to thank them. We continue to rely on their leadership, their support to ensure that this momentum continue to stay. We want to thank the Knowledge for Development Partnership. It's indeed a partnership, and it's a global partnership. Now we have become more like an umbrella to the Knowledge for Development Partnership. So we want to recognize Dr. Andreas Bradner and the team back in Vienna. I know you've been very instrumental. As we stated, this is an annual event, and this is the first one. All the lessons that has been learned, all the hardship that we have to go through this year, we are sure that that will be lessons for improvement in 2022. We want to recognize YPAT. YPAT has been very instrumental. Your participation has been very interesting. I mean, we cannot work without the youth. And so it is an opportunity to continue to bring on board all the youth network into the fraternity. We recognize GIFA for their collaboration. They sponsored one participant for this year because of the time. And we believe that next year we are going to have more sponsorship. Our donors, the European Commission, that is funding the CADEP SP4 project, and IFAT, who are administering the project. Actually, they indicated they were going to be here, but for the surge in the COVID-19 pandemic, it just affected their participation. We want to recognize our facilitators of the challenge. They have been very, very efficient in all their delivery. We've enjoyed listening to all the names in knowledge management that we only used to read in books. Personally, I had referenced Professor Darkil many times, but I never had a chance to know even where she was until this challenge. And we've been fortunate to have her in person interacting with us. So it's a great privilege, and I'm sure this network is going to continue. We recognize Dr. Sarah Cummins and the other facilitators, Hector from UNESCO, Victor from IRI, Professor Chu, who just received the award from Hong Kong University, and all the big names in knowledge management. This is a great privilege, and I am very glad to be part of this. To our participants, we want to thank you very much. All 28 participants from 21 countries, actually 22 countries. Ethiopia has 2, but one was representing the Horn of Africa. So we want to recognize you. We are very proud of what we have achieved together. Let's maintain this momentum. Let's continue to connect. For knowledge management, you cannot do it alone. There's a lot that others are doing that you need to tap into. So let's keep the network so that we support each other. Even for the development of a website, you may not need a consultant to develop your office website if you belong to this network. That is how things are going to work, because we will build on each other's strengths to ensure that we get, we accelerate the achievement of the Malabo targets. We want to recognize our interpreters for a wonderful work. In fact, let's give them a round of applause. We have overstretched them. Please, just bear with us. The excitement has taken us more beyond our imagination. So we greatly appreciate you. My attention was being brought to the fact that you were not added to the certificates. We will look at it, and since you are in Accra, we will deal with you, accordingly. So please, we'll ensure that you have your certificates, if that is if that's the importance you've placed to this important program that we know.
Recording in progress.
Hey. To our online participants, we want to recognize you for all your contribution. Some of you have stayed with us from day 1 till today. We are very proud of you. I can make mention of James, of Wole. I can make mention of Moses, yes, and so on and so forth. So we are very proud of you. Malala, thank you. Bongani, thank you. And then to the FARA team, we are very, very much happy for. You've all discharged your responsibility very, very efficiently. Please, we cannot thank you enough. Just to say, with teamwork, we can make a lot of things work. So let's keep this spirit. And yes, I think so. FARA team, please come forward. It's been many nights of hard work. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. We have used all the channels of communication in this process, and at any time at all, we were communicating. Sometimes at midnight. I remember Francis and we had to leave this hotel on the day before the start of the program, after 12 midnight here. So it's been a lot of sacrifice, and we are very proud of you. Okay, in his budget. Yes, and actually, we have, to be frank, we have dominated the online space for the past 3 months in terms of knowledge management in agriculture or even agriculture activities. We have dominated, and that is because all of us have played a key role. So let's keep this momentum. We believe that if we work together like this, we will never even short funding, because the outputs are very clear. And so thank you very much. We want to finally thank the hotel for hosting us, African Region Hotel. They have done well to host us, and we believe that no one has been hurt that much here. If anyone is hurt, we apologize on behalf of the hotel. We believe that any shortcomings, we'll be able to talk to them, and then subsequently they will give us the best. On that note, I don't know if I've left. Hey, sorry. There's another team at the back. There's a media support team. We want to thank you very much. The live streaming. Farah doesn't have all the equipment, so we have to rent. And so they've been here supporting us. And with the feedback I have received messages from people from Kenya and some other parts of Africa recommending us for the quality of graphics online. So it's been very good. Thank you very much. Okay.
So let us also give a big applause to this young gentleman, Benjamin. Standing ovations. Let's stand up for him. You have been so visionary, so competent, strategically excellent in any regards, and still being such a kind and humble person. Without you, this would not have been possible. So thank you very much, Benjamin, for all your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Okay, so before Dr. Yemi comes to close us, so that we don't say anything again formally, many of us here want to see the Farah office. We will see how we handle that from here. But I think the young men are trying to get maybe. Okay, so there will be a bus. We want to organize a bus tonight, so that, yes, because some may be leaving early tomorrow, right? So if you want to move, please see this gentleman or any of the young men at the back, so that we know the number, and then we can arrange. It's really good that you see the head office, the headquarters of agriculture in Africa. Yes. Yeah, and then some parts of Accra. So on that note, I wish to invite Dr. Yemi, our executive director, to officially close this gathering.
Okay. All my proverbs have been exhausted. And all my stories have been exhausted. Maybe there is one coming on my phone. I'm going to put it off. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the last proverb is that it is never finished in the pot, in the clay pot. It's never finished. There must still be something to cream the baby. But I just want to say that I'm excited for the great job, and I think that it is also a good opportunity for me to appreciate the great work of Benjamin, because it's not that easy to join all the dots that has brought everybody here. And the fact that you have now come through this 3-month program, you are now certified, the task force has been set, I think that we are much stronger than when we came in here. And that is, for me, one good thing that's a testimony for progress. And I'm very happy that you are all, now you've been fired up, and I can only wish you success as you go back home. Please remind yourself that when you rest, you rust. Okay? Let me repeat that again. Yes, another proverb. When you rest, you rust. So don't rust. So I wish you all the very best, and look forward to hearing great things from all of you. And so on this note, we can now close this meeting, and my proverbs are now completely finished.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any word from me now is informal. So we know we have the declaration which we will give to our leaders to sign, and then we ensure that you all have copies. So. Okay, so the meeting is officially closed. How many of us are leaving tonight? Only Fidel. Oh, okay, that's fine.
People want to dance.
Yeah, no problem. Just meet down there.
Good evening. As part of the plan for tonight, we know most of you, this is your first time in Ghana, to be precise, in Accra. So we usually say Akwaba, and Akwaba simply means welcome. You can't just come here and leave without seeing any place. So tonight, those who wish to go out, you register with us. We move to the Farah headquarters. From there, we move to the popular areas within Accra. Then you have to have the feel of the Accra environment. Thank you very much. I'm on a standby.
Here is the share for her.
Recording stopped.
In the last couple of decades, our continent has gone through different phases of what I describe as cyclical abiological shocks. And these shocks range from all sorts of climatic events that have overwhelmed our cropping systems, talking about famine, talking about flooding, talking about the lack of equipment to be able to conduct the right kind of research on the continent.
Southern Africa is one of the unfortunate regions in the world. This is a region where 70% or more of the people depend on agriculture for direct livelihoods, for food security, as well as for income. So when you have such a huge problem with climate change and the effects that it's having on production, it becomes a source of worry for the governments as well as the communities.
Food and nutrition security remain the key priority that African government have to tackle. There are currently studies that show that the demand for both fresh and processed food will keep rising to the extent that the total retail value of food product shall increase up to 400% between 2010 and 2030.
We had a meeting and we came up with the idea of having a Science for Agriculture consortium that will bring CORAF, Asareka for Eastern and Central Africa, and CARDESA from Southern Africa, together with FARA and AFAS to form one unique platform that will be advocating for resources, for research, development, and extension.
The 5 key output areas of the KEDAP SB4 program are strengthened capacity of African regional and sub-regional agricultural research organizations to perform their individual mandates and to better work together. Multi-stakeholder partnerships for innovation established and